What if Harry had double XP system and he leveled up twice as fast as any wizard, making him unstoppable by year 3? Chapter 1, The Dog and the Grind. The concrete roof of the Magnolia Crescent parking garage wasn't designed to handle a 13-year-old moving at Mach 2, but Harry Potter had stopped caring about zoning laws somewhere around level 30. Harry's sneakers slammed into the gravel lip of the roof. He didn't absorb the impact, he redirected it. His knees bent, his core locked, and a blue shimmer of mana flared around his ankles. It was a passive skill, kinetic dampening, toggled on. He converted the downward force into forward momentum, turning a bone-shattering drop into a terrifying sprint. Ping! A semi-transparent blue box flickered in the periphery of his vision. He didn't even look at it directly. He read it through the neural link that had rewired his brain 2 years ago. Agility check passed. Plus 40 XP, double XP active, skill, parkour has reached level 22. Stamina, 88/120, too slow, Harry muttered. The wind whipped his messy black hair back, stinging his eyes, but he didn't blink. He launched himself off the edge of the garage, aiming for the slate roof of a terrified accountant's house 3 lanes over. Mid-air, time seemed to hang. This was the sweet spot. The split second where gravity argued with magic. Most wizards needed wands. Most wizards needed Latin. Harry needed velocity. He twisted his body, grabbing the drainpipe of the target house. Metal groaned. Rust flaked. Harry didn't slip. His grip strength was maxed out for his current tier. He swung, used the centrifugal force to launch himself upward, and landed silently on the chimney stack. He crouched there, breathing steady. His heart rate barely spiked. Status, he whispered. The world overlay dimmed. The familiar HUD expanded, filling his vision with the numbers that defined his existence. Name, Harry James Potter. Class, Battlemage, Tier 2, Level, 45. Title, The Boy Who Lived, The Basilisk Bane, Dungeon Breaker. HP, 4500/4500 MP, 6200/6200 STR, 58 DX, 72 INT, 85 WAS, 40 LUK, 99, Broken, Passive Buff, The Prophecies Chosen, all XP gains doubled. Harry swiped the window away. Level 45. It sounded impressive until you realized the level cap for a standard human wizard was probably around 50. Albus Dumbledore was likely sitting somewhere in the high 90s, maybe breaking triple digits if the old man was juicing on alchemy. Voldemort? Who knew? The last time Harry faced him, the shade attached to Quirrell had been a level boss. But that was year 1. Harry was a scrub back then. He'd spent the entirety of year 2 grinding. While other students were writing essays on the coloration of shrivelfigs, Harry had been descending into the Chamber of Secrets every night. He'd found the spawn points. He'd realized that the chamber wasn't just a boss room for the basilisk, it was a high-level dungeon. The rats down there were the size of dogs. The ambient magic was toxic. He'd farmed it. 4 months. He'd killed the basilisk, sure, but the real gains came from the thousands of minor mobs he'd slaughtered in the dark, grinding his blade mastery, and silent casting, until his hands bled and his mana pools cracked and reformed wider. Now, he was back in Little Whinging. The suburbs. The newbie zone. Boring, Harry sighed, standing up on the chimney. He looked out over the sleeping neighborhood. There's nothing to kill here. Even the stray cats are level 1. It's pathetic. He needed a quest. The system had been quiet all summer. No daily challenges. No Dodge Vernon's frying pan minigames. Just the endless, grinding silence of the grind. He dropped from the chimney to the lawn, a 30-foot fall he took without bending his knees, letting a shield charm absorb the hit just above the grass. The grass didn't even bend. He started walking down Magnolia Crescent. It was muggy. The air felt thick, heavy with impending thunder. Most people would call it a storm front. Harry checked his HUD. Environmental effect, aura of dread detected. Debuff attempted, fear. Roll. Success. Debuff negated by, gamer's mind, ... Harry stopped. His green eyes narrowed behind his glasses, which were purely cosmetic at this point, given his perception stats, but he kept them to look unassuming. Aura of dread? Harry whispered. His hand drifted to the pocket of his oversized jeans. He didn't pull his wand yet. He didn't need to. He had an inventory full of throwing knives he'd looted from a goblin weapon rack during a brief, unauthorized excursion into Gringotts' lower vaults. Something was watching him. The streetlights flickered. A hum filled the air, low and vibrating, like a bass speaker pushing silence instead of sound. Harry turned slowly. There, in the shadow of a meticulously trimmed hedge, sat a dog. It was massive. Shaggy, black fur matted with grime. Its ribs pressed against its skin like the bars of a cage. But it was the eyes that triggered Harry's UI. They weren't dog eyes. They were pale, intelligent, and focused entirely on him. A normal kid would scream. A normal wizard would fumble for a wand and think grim. Harry Potter squinted. A blue targeting reticle spun into existence over the dog's head. Target locked. Skill, observe activated. The data stream cascaded down his vision. Name. Animagus form, level, 60, suppressed, status, malnourished, psychologically fractured, desperate. Affiliation, Order of the Phoenix, former, Azkaban fugitive. Threat level, orange. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Animagus, he murmured. Level 60. You're a beefy boy for a stray. The dog growled. It was a low, rumbling sound that vibrated in Harry's chest. The dog took a step forward, teeth baring. It was trying to intimidate him. It was trying to use the fear debuff again. Harry laughed. It was a sharp, barking sound that made the dog flinch. Hey, buddy, Harry said, his voice dropping into the conversational tone he used when negotiating prices with shady merchants in Nocturne Alley. You're flagging red on my map. That usually means I engage for XP. But you've got a name tag that's glitching out. So, here's how this goes. Harry took a step forward. The dog tensed, preparing to pounce. Harry vanished. He triggered, flash step. It wasn't teleportation, that was apparition, and it was noisy. Flash step was pure physical burst speed reinforced with a wind element mana discharge. 1 millisecond, Harry was 10 feet away. The next, he was standing directly beside the massive beast, his hand resting casually on the scruff of its neck. The dog yelped, a very human sound of surprise, and tried to snap its jaws around Harry's wrist. Harry didn't flinch. He exerted, strength, 58. He shoved the dog's head into the dirt. It wasn't a cruel shove, it was a dominance check. The dog scrambled, claws tearing up the pavement, but Harry held him pinned with one hand, looking bored. Bad dog, Harry said. Don't bite the hand that can crush your skull. The dog froze. It stopped struggling. It realized, with a terrifying clarity, that the skinny boy in the baggy clothes was stronger than him. Physically stronger. Harry leaned down, his face inches from the matted fur. Now. I see Animagus. I see Azkaban fugitive. That spells Sirius Black to me. The news has been crying about you all week. The dog whined. The intelligent eyes went wide with panic. Relax, Harry said, releasing the pressure slightly. If I wanted to turn you in, I would have stunned you, stuffed you in my inventory, and fast-traveled to the ministry. I want to talk. But I don't talk to dogs. It's weird. Harry stood up and took 2 steps back, crossing his arms. He tapped his foot. Transform, Harry ordered. Or I start farming you for agility points. I bet I can dodge your bite for 3 hours straight before I get tired. You look like you'll pass out in 5 minutes. The dog stared at him. It seemed to be weighing its options. Run. Fight. Or trust the terrifying child. The air warped. A sickening crack echoed through the street as the magic inverted. The fur retracted, bones lengthened and snapped into new configurations. The massive beast melted away, replaced by a man huddled on the pavement. Sirius Black looked like a corpse that had forgotten to stop moving. His skin was waxen, stretched tight over his skull. His hair was a tangled mane of filth. He wore rags that smelled of salt spray and old misery. He looked up at Harry, gasping for air, clutching a wand that looked stolen and barely functional. You. Sirius rasped. His voice was like grinding stones. You're James's boy. I'm Harry, Harry corrected. James is dead. I'm the one currently deciding if you're worth the loot drop. Sirius blinked, confusion warring with the madness in his eyes. Loot drop. Gamer talk. Ignore it. Harry waved a hand dismissively. He scanned Sirius again. NPC, Sirius Black, hidden quest unlocked, the truth of the betrayer. Quest objective, listen to the story. Judge the sinner. Reward, 5000 XP, new companion, skill book, Animagus transformation. Harry's internal grin nearly split his face. Skill book, Animagus transformation. That was a grinding nightmare to learn manually. The system was handing it to him on a platter. Okay, old man, Harry said, crouching down so he was eye level with the shivering fugitive. The system says you have a story. And usually, the system wants me to kill things. It wants me to listen to you. That means you're either innocent, or you're a really interesting villain. Sirius stared at him, bewildered. Harry. I didn't kill them. I didn't kill your parents. I know, Harry said. Sirius froze. You know. Well, I didn't know 5 seconds ago, Harry admitted shrugging. But my lie detector skill is level 30. If you were lying, you'd have a red outline. You're green. You're telling the truth. Which means the entire legal system of magical Britain is incompetent. Harry paused. Actually, that checks out. Have you met Fudge? Guy's a moron. Sirius let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. He slumped back against the hedge, the wand slipping from his fingers. I thought you would attack me. I did attack you, Harry pointed out. I won. Now we're negotiating. Harry reached into the air. To Sirius, it looked like he was reaching into an invisible pocket. Harry opened his inventory. He pulled out a chocolate frog and a vial of glowing blue liquid. Here. Harry tossed them. Sirius fumbled, catching the items. What? Chocolate for the Dementors. I assume they're tracking you. You smell like depression, Harry said bluntly. The blue stuff is a stamina potion. Drink it. You look like you're about to die of malnutrition, and I can't have my quest giver dying on me. Sirius uncorked the vial with trembling hands. He sniffed it. It smells like blueberries. Blueberry and nude eyes. Just drink it. Sirius downed the potion. Immediately, color flushed back into his cheeks. The trembling in his hands stopped. He looked at Harry with a mixture of awe and terror. You brew this? This is master-level brewing. I brew in bulk, Harry said. It takes 3 seconds in the crafting menu if I have the ingredients. Now, talk. If you didn't kill them, who did? And why did you break out now? Peter, Sirius hissed. The name came out with venom. Peter Pettigrew. He's alive, Harry. He's a rat. A literal rat. Harry's eyes narrowed. The gears in his head spun. Year 1 and 2 canon knowledge, which he had mostly ignored in favor of grinding, suddenly clicked into place. The Weasleys. Scabbers. Ron's rat, Harry said. Missing toe. He cut it off, Sirius said, his voice rising in intensity. To fake his death. He betrayed James and Lily. I was the decoy. I went after him. I cornered him, and he blew up the street. He killed those muggles. Sirius was shaking again, the rage radiating off him in waves. Harry watched the display calmly. Objective updated, hunt the rat. Okay, Harry said. I believe you. You do. Sirius looked pathetic, hope warring with disbelief. Like I said, the lie detector doesn't glitch. Harry stood up and brushed dust off his knees. So, here's the play. You're a fugitive. The government wants to kiss you with a Dementor. You want to kill a rat who is currently sleeping in the pocket of my best friend's brother. Harry extended a hand to the man on the ground. Get up, Padfoot. We're going hunting. Sirius stared at the hand. It was a child's hand, but the grip that hauled him up was iron hard. Harry, you're a child. You have to go to school. I have to. You have to what? Eat out of garbage cans? Harry scoffed. Please. I'm level 45. You're a debuffed level 60. Together, we can clear this dungeon in a week. But first, we need to get out of Little Whinging. The neighbors are starting to wake up. Lights were flicking on in the houses down the street. The noise of their fight hadn't been silent. Where do we go? Sirius asked, looking around wildly. I can't apparate. No wand, not a real one. Harry grinned. It was a sharp, dangerous grin. I have a method. But you're not gonna like it. It involves a lot of spinning and me grabbing you like a sack of potatoes. What? Grab on. Before Sirius could protest, Harry grabbed the back of the man's ragged robes. System, Harry commanded aloud. Equip, invisibility cloak. Sirius gasped as shimmering, fluid fabric materialized out of thin air, draping over both of them. It was the Hallow. Harry had realized early on that the cloak wasn't just a hiding tool, it gave a plus 100 stealth bonus that literally removed him from the perception of anyone under level 80. Don't breathe too loud, Harry whispered. We're walking to the park. Then I'm summoning the night bus. I hate that bus. The physics engine is broken. But it's faster than walking. The night bus ride was, as Harry predicted, a glitchy nightmare. Stan Shunpike, the conductor, hadn't even finished his opening spiel before Harry shoved 11 sickles into his hand. London. Diagon Alley. Don't talk to me. Don't look at the dog. Harry sat at the back, Sirius, back in dog form, curled under the bed. The bus banged and violently teleported through space, compressing Harry's internal organs. Physical resistance check. Failed. You take 5 HP damage. Physical resistance check. Failed. You take 5 HP damage. Garbage vehicle, Harry muttered, watching his health bar tick down slightly. He ate a pumpkin pasty from his inventory to regain the health. Under the bed, Padfoot whined softly. Harry slipped him a piece of beef jerky. Eat up, Harry whispered. We need to get your stats back up. Once we hit London, I'm buying you a new wand. I know a guy in Nocturne who doesn't ask for ID, mostly because I beat him in a duel last year. The dog froze, chewing slowly. Harry could practically hear Sirius thinking, who is this kid? Harry leaned his head back against the brass railing of the bed. He closed his eyes and pulled up the skill tree. He had 10 unspent skill points from the last level up. He'd been saving them for a rainy day. System, he thought. Dump 5 points into tactical analysis. Dump 5 points into mana regeneration. Attributes updated. He felt the rush of knowledge, the sharpening of his mind. The headache that usually accompanied a bus ride faded as his mana circulation optimized, soothing his nervous system. He needed to be ready. Third year wasn't going to be about classes. It was going to be a war zone. Dementors were mob enemies that dealt soul damage, ignoring standard armor. He needed to learn the Patronus charm. Quest log, Harry thought. Main quest, The Prisoner of Azkaban, current objective, secure lodgings. Secondary objective, locate Peter Pettigrew. Optional objective, kill the Dementors on the train. Harry paused. Kill the Dementors? Usually, the lore said Dementors were immortal. You couldn't kill them, only drive them away. But the system didn't give impossible quests. If the system said, kill, then they had a health bar. And if they had a health bar, Harry could zero it. Interesting, Harry murmured. A cruel smile touched his lips. Double XP for elite mobs? That sounds like a leveling exploit. The leaky cauldron was quiet when they arrived. It was 3 a.m. Tom the innkeeper was asleep on the bar. Harry didn't wake him. He left a pile of galleons on the counter with a note, room 11. Indefinitely. Keep the change. He picked the lock on room 11 with a simple, Alohomora, that he silent casted with a flick of his finger. Inside, the room was dusty. Harry waved his hand. Scourgify. The room was instantly spotless. Okay, clear, Harry said. Sirius transformed instantly, collapsing onto the bed. He looked exhausted. The potion had worn off, and the adrenaline dump was hitting him hard. Harry, Sirius croaked. We need to. Dumbledore. We must tell Dumbledore. Harry sat on the windowsill, looking out at the brick wall that led to the alley. No. No. Sirius sat up, alarmed. Harry, he's the only one who can stop Voldemort. He's the only one who will believe us. Dumbledore plays the long game, Harry said coldly. He's a raid leader who sacrifices pawns to clear the board. He left me at the Dursleys for 10 years, Sirius. 10 years in a cupboard. Sirius paled. I told him not to. I told Hagrid to give you to me. But you didn't, Harry said. He wasn't angry, he was just stating facts. You chased the rat. You got locked up. Dumbledore left me there. I had to raise myself. I had to build my own power. Harry stood up and walked over to the mirror. He looked at his reflection. He looked like James, but the eyes were lilies, and the expression was something else entirely. Something harder. I don't trust Dumbledore to fix this, Harry said. He'll want a trial. He'll want due process. He'll want to redeem people. I don't care about that. I care about results. Harry turned to Sirius. We do this my way. We find the rat. We force him to confess in front of the entire school. We break your conviction publicly. And if the ministry tries to stop us? Harry cracked his knuckles. A spark of raw, wild magic discharged from his hand, scorching the floorboards. Then I level up until they can't stop us. Sirius stared at his godson. He saw the power radiating off the boy. It wasn't the gentle magic of a student. It was the heavy, oppressive pressure of a warlord in the making. You're not like James, Sirius whispered. James was arrogant. But you're scary, Harry. James was a level 30 griefing troll, Harry said, checking his inventory for food. I'm a power gamer. There's a difference. Harry threw a bag of galleons onto the bed. Get some sleep, Padfoot. Tomorrow, we hit Gringotts. I need to buy you some robes that don't smell like Azkaban. And then we start the grind. Harry sat in the chair by the door, pulling a heavy, leather-bound book from his inventory. Intermediate Transfiguration. He'd finished it last week, but he was rereading it to grind his INT stat. Sleep, Harry commanded. Sirius Black, the most wanted wizard in Britain, the supposed right hand of the Dark Lord, curled up on the bed and obeyed. He didn't have a choice. The boy in the chair felt more dangerous than the Dementors. And for the first time in 12 years, Sirius felt safe. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Soul Eaters on the train. King's Cross Station was a chaotic mess of steam, shouting parents, and owls that clearly hated being in cages, but for Harry Potter, it was just a high-density server lobby. He stood near the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, adjusting the strap of his rucksack. He wasn't pushing a trolley. Trolleys were for people who didn't have a dimensional inventory, with a max weight capacity of 5,000 pounds. Harry was carrying everything he owned in a bag that looked like it held maybe a sandwich and a change of socks, but actually contained enough weaponry to siege a small castle, a library's worth of stolen books, and roughly 10,000 galleons in loose change. At his heels sat a massive, grim-looking black dog. "Heel, Snuffles," Harry murmured, keeping his voice low enough to avoid drawing attention from the Muggles, though his stealth 65 passive skill was doing a lot of the heavy lifting. "Don't growl at the pigeons. They're level 1. Not worth the aggro." The dog, Sirius Black, currently role-playing as a very depressed mixed breed, looked up at Harry with a mix of adoration and exasperation. Over the last week, Harry had dragged the fugitive through a power-leveling boot camp that involved sleeping in high-end magical tents, eating nutrient-dense potions Harry brewed in a bathtub, and getting fitted for a collar that Harry had enchanted with, minor illusion, to make him look less like a grim and more like a shaggy bear dog. "Harry!" The shout came from the crowd. Harry turned, his HUD highlighting the incoming projectile, NPC, Arthur Weasley. Mr. Weasley was hustling toward him, looking flustered, balding, and genuinely concerned. Behind him, the sea of red hair that was the Weasley clan bobbed through the mist. "Harry, there you are," Arthur panted, coming to a halt. He glanced nervously at the massive dog. "And, who is this?" "This is Snuffles," Harry said smoothly. "Deception check, passed. Found him in a ditch. He's got separation anxiety and eats dark wizards for breakfast. I'm taking him to school." "To school?" Arthur blinked. "Harry, Hogwarts doesn't usually allow, well, big dogs. Or, stray dogs." "I read the bylaws," Harry said, tapping the side of his head. Section 4, Paragraph 2, students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. However, Section 12, Subsection B regarding familiar bonds and emotional support creatures creates a loophole wide enough to drive the night bus through if you file the paperwork in triplicate. "I mailed it yesterday. Dumbledore won't say no. He likes weird things." Arthur looked like he wanted to argue, but the sheer confidence radiating off Harry, boosted by his charisma 60, made the man falter. Instead, Arthur leaned in close, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Harry, listen to me. We need to talk before you get on the train." Harry suppressed a sigh. He knew this speech. It was the "don't go looking for trouble" speech. The irony was that trouble usually had a quest marker over its head, and Harry was actively hunting it. "Is this about Sirius Black?" Harry asked, cutting to the chase. Arthur recoiled, looking around wildly to see if anyone heard the name. "Harry! Keep your voice down." "Yes. It's about him." At Harry's feet, Snuffles let out a low, vibrating growl. Arthur jumped. "He doesn't like the name," Harry deadpanned. "Bad vibes." "Harry," Arthur said urgently, grabbing Harry's shoulder. "You need to promise me something. Black, he's deranged. He broke out of Azkaban for a reason. The ministry thinks. Well, they think he's coming for you. Harry looked at Mr. Weasley. He looked down at the dog sitting on his left foot. He looked back at Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley, Harry said, his voice deadly serious. I promise you, if Sirius Black tries to kill me, I will handle it personally. I'm not the same kid who got stuck in a window in year 2. Arthur didn't look reassured. He looked terrified. Promise me you won't go looking for him. I promise I won't go looking for him, Harry lied. Technically, he wasn't looking for him. He had him. Deception check, critical success. Good. Good lad. Arthur patted his shoulder, looking relieved. Now, go on. Ron and Hermione are waiting. Harry gave a sharp nod and whistled. Let's go, Snuffles. Time to grind. He walked through the barrier, the sensation of cold water washing over him as the instants loaded. Platform 9 3/4 was the usual sensory overload, scarlet steam engine, screaming children, and the smell of ozone and cat litter. Harry moved through the crowd like a shark in a goldfish pond. He didn't push, people just moved out of his way. His intimidation aura was toggled to low, just enough to create a personal bubble. He spotted the bushy brown hair first. Hermione Granger was standing near the luggage car, lecturing Ron Weasley about something that involved a cat carrier and a rat. Hermione. Ron, Harry greeted them, stepping into their circle. Harry. Hermione spun around, her eyes widening. She did a quick scan of him, her gaze lingering on his clothes. He wasn't wearing Dudley's cast-offs anymore. He was wearing fitted black cargo pants, a dragonhide combat jacket he'd looted from a sketchy vendor in Nocturne Alley, and boots that added +5 agility. You look different, Hermione said, her analytical mind clearly trying to process the change. Did you grow? Level up, Harry said with a grin. Summer was productive. Hey, Ron. Harry. Ron grinned, looking relieved to have a buffer against Hermione. Mate, look at that dog. Is that yours? This is Snuffles, Harry introduced the Animagus again. He's my new tank. Tank? Ron asked. Gamer term. Means he takes the hits so I don't have to. Harry patted the dog's massive head. Snuffles leaned into the touch, tail wagging slowly. Come on, let's find a compartment. I need to calibrate my loadout before we get moving. You talk so weird now, Ron muttered, grabbing his trunk. They pushed their way onto the train. The corridors were packed, but Harry led them toward the very back. He wanted privacy. Or, at least, as much privacy as you could get on a public transport system filled with teenage wizards. They found a compartment at the very end. It was occupied by only one person, a man sitting fast asleep next to the window. Harry paused in the doorway. A blue box popped up immediately. Target locked. Skill, Observe activated. Name, Remus John Lupin. Class, Battlemage/Werewolf, Cursed, Level, 58, Heavily debuffed, HP, 320/1500, Critical Condition, MP, 4000/4000. Status, Malnourished, Sleep Deprived, Chronic Lycanthropy. Threat Level, Green, Ally. Professor R.J. Lupin. Harry read the name off the peeling briefcase on the rack. Looks like he's seen better days. His HP is in the red. His what? Hermione whispered, sliding into the seat opposite the sleeping man. Health points, Harry explained, taking the seat next to Lupin. He gestured for Snuffles to jump up. The dog hesitated, eyeing Lupin with a look of profound, heartbreaking recognition, then curled up on the floor under Harry's legs instead. He looks like he hasn't eaten a solid meal since the 80s. He's a teacher. Ron whispered, sitting next to Hermione. He looks like a stiff breeze would knock him over. Don't let the stats fool you, Harry said, his eyes still scanning the sleeping man. Mana pool is huge. He's a caster build. Probably glass cannon. High damage, low defense. Harry leaned back, crossing his arms. The train lurched, the whistle blew, and the scenery outside began to blur. "So," Harry said, looking at his two best friends. "How was the summer? Did you guys do any grinding? Learn any new spells?" "I went to France." Hermione beamed. "I studied the history of local witch trials and bought a new arithmancy set. I'm taking 12 subjects this year, Harry. I've got my schedule all worked out." Harry frowned. 12. The time management on that is impossible without a cheat code. Are you using a time turner? Hermione froze. Her eyes darted to her chest, where a gold chain was hidden under her robes. What? No. Don't be silly, Harry. I just organized my time very efficiently. Right, Harry smirked. Observation, didn't miss the magical signature of a chronomancy artifact, but he let it slide. Just don't burn out. The debuffs from exhaustion tank your INT score. And we went to Egypt, Ron said, pulling out a crumpled photo. Dad won the lottery. It was wicked, Harry. The pyramids. The curses. Bill showed us a tomb that hadn't been raided yet. Nice, Harry nodded. Dungeon crawling in Egypt is high-tier stuff. Did you get any loot? Just this sneakoscope, Ron said, pulling a glass spinning top from his pocket. It's supposed to light up when someone untrustworthy is around, but Bill says it's rubbish. It kept spinning all dinner. As soon as Ron put it on the table, the device began to scream. It spun wildly, emitting a high-pitched whistle. See? Ron sighed. Broken. Harry looked at the sneakoscope. Then he looked at the dog under his legs, a wanted convict. Then he looked at the sleeping man, a werewolf. Then he looked at the pocket of Ron's jacket, where a fat, sleeping rat was creating a bulge. Yeah, Harry said dryly. Must be broken. Too many signals jamming the radar. He reached out and tapped the sneakoscope with one finger. Skill, technomancy, magic. A small spark of mana shorted the device's audio circuit. It kept spinning, but the noise stopped. Better, Harry said. The train rattled northward. The conversation flowed into the usual Hogwarts gossip, Hogsmeade weekends, the new care of magical creatures teacher, Hagrid, which made Harry grin, and the ominous news about Sirius Black. They say he's mad, Ron said, chewing on a licorice wand. Like, proper mental. He blew up a whole street with one curse. How do you even do that? Under the seat, Snuffles let out a sharp huff of air. High-level bombardment spell, Harry theorized, playing along. Or he overloaded a magical core. But honestly, the official story has plot holes. Muggles don't just explode unless you use something really nasty, and Black's wand was recovered at the scene snapped, right? Hard to cast a nuke with a broken catalyst. Hermione looked at him sharply. You've been reading the case files. I like to know who's trying to kill me, Harry shrugged. Know your enemy, win the game. The hours passed. The sun began to dip below the horizon, and the sky turned a bruised, angry purple. The weather system outside shifted rapidly. Rain began to lash against the windows, not just falling, but hammering. The temperature in the compartment dropped 10 degrees in a minute. Harry stopped talking mid-sentence. Environmental warning, temperature critical drop. Atmosphere shift detected, despair. Something's wrong, Harry said, his voice hard. It's just rain, Harry, Ron said, shivering and pulling his cloak tighter. No, Harry stood up. The train is slowing down. We're not there yet. The Hogwarts Express jerked. Brakes squealed, a metal-on-metal scream that set Harry's teeth on edge. The train shuddered to a halt in the middle of a bridge, suspended over a dark ravine. Then, the lights went out. Pitch blackness swallowed the compartment. Ouch! Ron yelped. Hermione, that was my foot. I can't see anything. Quiet, Harry ordered. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the weight of a command skill. Harry's eyes shifted. Night vision toggled on automatically. The world turned into shades of green and gray. He saw the condensation on the windows freezing into ice patterns. He saw Lupin twitching in his sleep, his hand gripping his wand. He saw Snuffles backing into the corner, hair standing up along his spine, a low growl building in his throat. The cold was unnatural. It wasn't just physical, it was a debuff. Status effect, creeping dread applied. Willpower check. Success. Gamer's mind negates fear. Harry felt the cold try to claw into his brain, bringing up memories of the cupboard, of loneliness, of pain. But his mind was a fortress of organized folders and stat sheets. He swiped the notification away. Stay here, Harry told them. Don't open the door. Harry, sit down. Hermione hissed. The door to their compartment slid open before Harry could lock it. Standing there was a nightmare. It was a cloak, tattered and rotting, suspended in the air by nothing. There was no face inside the hood, just a scabbed, gray hand protruding from the sleeve, gripping the door frame. It drew a rattling breath, a sound like a death rattle in a lung full of fluid. Enemy detected, Dementor of Azkaban, rank, elite mob, level, 60, passive ability, soul drain, ignores armor, weakness, Patronus charm. The creature stepped into the room. Immediately, the temperature plummeted to freezing. The water in the bottle on the table froze solid with a crack. Ron whimpered and curled into a ball. Hermione was frozen, her breath hitching in terror. Neville Longbottom, who had apparently been trying to enter the compartment just as the lights died, collapsed in the hallway behind the creature. The Dementor turned its hooded head. It ignored Ron. It ignored Hermione. It looked straight at Harry. Or rather, it looked at the massive soul energy radiating off Harry. To a Dementor, Harry Potter probably looked like an all-you-can-eat buffet. And then, it looked down. At the dog. Snuffles was whining, a high, piteous sound. The Dementor lowered its head toward Sirius. Hey! Harry didn't shout. He barked the word. He stepped between the Dementor and the dog. He didn't have his wand out yet. He just stood there, 5 nothing of teenage wizard, staring down a creature that ate happiness. You're trespassing, Harry said. This is a player-only zone. The Dementor paused. It seemed confused. Usually, the prey screamed. Usually, the prey collapsed. This prey was checking his fingernails. The Dementor hissed and swept forward, the rotting smell of it filling the small space. It reached for Harry's throat. Combat start. Harry moved. He didn't cast a spell. He stepped inside the creature's guard. His right hand, glowing with reinforced mana, slammed into the creature's chest. Physical strike, 58 STR plus mana reinforcement. His fist connected with something that felt like freezing cold rubber and old bone. The impact echoed. The Dementor was knocked back a step, colliding with the door frame. Physical attacks are ineffective, huh? Harry muttered, shaking his hand. It felt like he'd punched a freezer. Okay. Let's try the hot stuff. He drew his wand. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather. It hummed in his hand, eager for violence. Expecto. Harry began. The Dementor screeched. It was a sound that tore at the eardrums. The dread aura spiked. The shadows in the room deepened, trying to snuff out Harry's vision. Harry felt his HP ticking down. -50 HP, -50 HP. It was draining him just by being close. Get out, Harry growled. He focused. Not on a happy memory. That was the rookie way. That was how they taught you in school. Think of a puppy, think of a birthday cake. Harry didn't use happy memories. He used ambition. He used the thrill of the level up. He used the absolute, unshakable certainty that he was the main character of this reality and nothing, absolutely nothing, was allowed to eat his soul without his permission. He channeled his entire mana pool into the tip of his wand. Expecto Patronum. It wasn't a wisp. It wasn't a shield. A blinding, silver-white explosion erupted from the tip of his wand. It hit the Dementor point blank like a shotgun blast of concentrated hope. The creature was blasted backward into the corridor. But Harry wasn't done. System, Harry thought. Overcharge spell. Warning, MP drain increased by 200%. Accepted. The silver light coalesced. It didn't form a shield. It formed a beast. A massive, spectral stag materialized in the narrow corridor. It was huge, its antlers scraping the ceiling, its body composed of burning white fire. The stag lowered its head. "Gore it," Harry commanded. The stag charged. It hit the Dementor with the force of a freight train. The creature shrieked, a sound of genuine pain, as the positive energy seared its negative form. The stag slammed the Dementor against the far wall of the train car. The metal buckled. Usually, Dementors fled. They couldn't be killed, only repelled. That was the lore. That was the rule. Harry Potter didn't play by the rules. He played by the numbers. "It has a health bar," Harry whispered, watching the red bar above the creature's head drop. 20%. 10%. 5%. The Dementor was trying to phase through the wall, trying to escape the burning light. "Oh no you don't," Harry said. He swept his wand upward. "Finish it." The stag reared up on its hind legs and brought its hooves down. Crack. The sound wasn't like anything the wizarding world had heard before. It sounded like a glass bell shattering inside a cathedral. The Dementor didn't fly away. It burst. One moment it was a cloak of darkness, the next, it was a cloud of freezing black dust that evaporated instantly in the silver light of the Patronus. Enemy defeated, Dementor of Azkaban, XP gained, 5,000, x2 double XP, equals 10,000 XP, loot drop, Essence of Void, rare, crystallized despair, epic, tattered cloak, common, dot. The silence that followed was deafening. The stag stood in the corridor, glowing with a pulsing, rhythmic light. It looked back at Harry, tossed its magnificent head, and then dissolved into silver mist that drifted back into Harry's wand. The lights in the train flickered and buzzed back to life. Harry stood in the doorway, chest heaving slightly. His mana bar was down by half, but his health was regenerating rapidly. He looked down. Professor Lupin was awake. He was staring at Harry with wide, amber eyes. He had his wand out, pointing at the empty space where the monster had been. His face was pale, his mouth slightly open. "That was..." Lupin whispered, his voice trembling. "That was a Dementor." "Yeah," Harry said, holstering his wand and adjusting his jacket. "Nasty mobs. They have a high dodge rating, but their defense against light magic is garbage." Harry stepped into the corridor and bent down. He picked up a small, jagged black crystal from the floor where the Dementor had exploded. Crystallized despair, material, description, the concentrated essence of 1,000 bad memories. Can be used in high-level alchemy or necromancy crafting. "Nice," Harry muttered, pocketing it. He turned back to the compartment. Ron was peeking out from under his cloak. Hermione was staring at him like he was an alien. Snuffles had crawled out from under the seat and was looking at Harry with a mixture of terrified respect and tail-wagging joy. "Harry?" Hermione squeaked. "Did you just kill it?" "I debuffed it to 0 HP, Harry corrected. "Technically, You can't kill them because they aren't alive. I just disrupted its cohesion. You exploded it. Ron shouted, finding his voice. Mate, you blew it up. It was there, and then, bam. Stag. And then, dust. Is everyone okay? Harry asked, ignoring the praise. He looked at Neville, who was groaning on the floor. Neville, you good? I felt cold, Neville mumbled, rubbing his head. And I heard, screaming. Eat some chocolate, a hoarse voice said. Lupin was standing up. He looked shaky. He broke a slab of Honeydukes chocolate into pieces and handed them out. His hands were shaking, but his eyes were locked on Harry. Here, Lupin said, offering a piece to Harry. Eat. It helps. Harry looked at the chocolate. Item, chocolate. Effect, removes minor fear debuff. Restores 50 stamina. Thanks, Harry said, taking a bite. But I have better stuff. He pulled a vial of orange liquid from his inventory. Potion, solar tonic. He downed it in one go. Steam whistled out of his ears. Lupin watched him, fascinatingly horrified. Who taught you that spell? The Patronus? I read a book, Harry lied. And practiced. A lot. That was a corporeal Patronus, Lupin said softly. Adult wizards struggle with that. And you made it attack. That shouldn't be possible. A Patronus is a shield. Everything is a weapon if you throw it hard enough, Harry said. The train began to move again. The rhythm of the wheels on the tracks returned, but the atmosphere in the compartment had changed irrevocably. Lupin sat back down, but he didn't sleep. He watched Harry. He watched the dog. I'm Professor Lupin, he said finally. I believe we have a lot to talk about, Mr. Potter. Sure, Professor, Harry said, leaning back and putting his feet up on the seat opposite, narrowly missing Ron's leg. But maybe let's wait until we get to the castle. I think I just triggered a world event. A what? Nothing. Harry pointed to the window. Outside, the rain had stopped. But in the distance, high above the clouds, Harry could see more shadows swirling. The Dementors were regrouping. They knew. The predator had become the prey. The rest of the journey was tense. Lupin asked polite questions about Harry's studies. Harry gave vague answers while actively using, observe, to analyze Lupin's micro-expressions. He knows who Snuffles is, Harry realized. His heart rate spikes every time he looks at the dog. But he's not saying anything. Why? Guilt? Uncertainty? Harry decided to let it play out. If Lupin made a move, Harry would handle it. When the train finally rolled into Hogsmeade station, it was night. The platform was freezing. Hagrid was there, swinging a massive lantern and shouting for first years. All right, Harry. Hagrid bellowed over the heads of terrified 11-year-olds. Heard ya had a bit trouble on the train. Just a skirmish, Hagrid. Harry yelled back. He ushered Hermione and Ron into a carriage. Snuffles tried to follow, but Harry stopped him. You break off here, Harry whispered to the dog. Head for the Shrieking Shack. Use the tunnel under the Whomping Willow. I'll bring you food tonight. Don't get seen. Sirius whined but nodded. He slipped into the shadows, his black fur blending perfectly with the darkness. Stealth check, passed. Harry climbed into the carriage. As it trundled up the path toward the castle, they passed the tall stone pillars flanked by winged boars. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Draco Malfoy was standing in the road with Crabbe and Goyle. He looked gleeful. Potter! Malfoy shouted. Is it true? Did you faint? Did you actually faint? Malfoy pushed past a confused Goyle to get closer to the carriage. I heard the Dementor came right in. Did you wet yourself, Potter? Harry looked down from the carriage. He was tired. His mana was regenerating, causing a low-level headache. He really didn't have the patience for a level 12 rival. Malfoy, Harry said, his voice flat. He didn't pull his wand. He just looked at Draco. He toggled his title, Basilisk Bane. For a second, Harry's eyes seemed to glow with a sickly yellow light. A palpable wave of killing intent, the residue of slaying 1,000-year-old monster, washed over the road. Skill, Intimidation, active. Target, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy froze. The smirk slid off his face like wet clay. He took a step back, tripping over his own robe. He landed hard in the mud. Move, Harry said. The Thestrals pulling the carriage, which Harry could see perfectly fine, thanks to seeing Quirrell die in 4K resolution, snorted and trotted forward. They stepped right over Malfoy, who scrambled away like a frightened crab. What was that? Ron whispered, looking back at Malfoy cowering in the mud. You didn't even say anything. Presence, Harry said, rubbing his temples. It's all about the aura. The great hall was warm, filled with golden candlelight and the smell of roast beef. It was the best place in the world, usually. But tonight, the atmosphere was weird. Word had spread. The rumor mill, the fastest network in the wizarding world, was already churning. Harry Potter fought a Dementor, Harry Potter cast a Patronus, Harry Potter blew up a train car. As Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, heads turned. The whispers followed him like a wake. Is it true? I heard he used dark magic. I heard he punched it. Harry ignored them. He sat down and immediately piled his plate with high-protein foods. Roast chicken, plus 20 STR regeneration. Professor Dumbledore stood up at the high table. He looked grave. His usual twinkle was dimmed. Welcome. Dumbledore said, though his voice lacked its usual boom. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few, serious announcements. He talked about the Dementors. He warned the students not to leave the grounds. He warned them not to provoke the guards. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading, Dumbledore said, his eyes scanning the hall. Therefore, I must warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. His eyes stopped on Harry. For a moment, the old wizard and the young gamer locked eyes. Dumbledore looked concerned. Harry looked, bored. Warning received, old man, Harry thought. But I don't plan on pleading. I plan on grinding. On a happier note, Dumbledore continued, forcing a smile. I am pleased to welcome our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Remus Lupin. Modest applause. Lupin stood up, looking shabby and tired. And, Dumbledore paused. Our new care of magical creatures teacher. Rubius Hagrid. The Gryffindor table exploded with cheers. Harry clapped loudest of all. Hagrid deserved the win. As the feast wound down and the desserts vanished, Professor McGonagall approached the table. Her lips were a thin line. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Please come with me. Boo-hoo, the Weasley twins chorused. Someone's in trouble. Harry stood up, wiping crumbs from his mouth. Relax, guys. Probably just wants an autograph. They followed McGonagall to her office. It was cozy, lit by a roaring fire. But standing there wasn't just McGonagall. Madame Pomfrey was there, looking anxious. And Professor Lupin. Potter, McGonagall said, turning to him. Professor Lupin has informed me of the events on the train. Figured, Harry said. He says you drove off a Dementor, McGonagall said, her voice tight. With a fully corporeal Patronus. Yes, Professor. Harry, McGonagall's stern face softened slightly. That is, extraordinary magic. But also incredibly dangerous. You collapsed. Tactical reset, Harry said. I'm fine now. Full HP. Madame Pomfrey bustled forward, waving her wand over him. Heart rate elevated. Magic core, good heavens, boy. Your core is vibrating like a tuning fork. You're overcharged. I have a high capacity, Harry shrugged. McGonagall looked at Lupin. They shared a look that Harry couldn't quite decipher. There is one other thing, McGonagall said, pulling a roll of parchment from her desk. An owl arrived from the Ministry of Magic 10 minutes ago. She handed it to Harry. It was a formal letter. The seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was stamped in red wax. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received reports of unauthorized destruction of Ministry property, Class X spirit entity, aboard the Hogwarts Express. While the Dementor initiative allows for self-defense, the complete annihilation of a guard of Azkaban is unprecedented and technically classified as damage to government assets. You are hereby issued a warning. Further destruction of Dementors will result in a fine of 5,000 galleons per entity. Sincerely, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Harry read the letter. Then he laughed. A fine? Harry chuckled. They're fining me for saving the students. It's not a laughing matter, Potter, McGonagall snapped, though she looked like she wanted to smile herself. You destroyed a Dementor. Nobody knew that was even possible. Well, now they know, Harry said, handing the letter back. Tell Fudge I'll pay the fine. Actually, tell him to put it on my tab. I have a feeling I'm going to break a few more before the year is out. Lupin made a choking sound. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, rubbing her temples. Go to bed. Please. Just, go to bed. Night, Professor. Night, Professor Lupin. Harry steered Hermione out of the office. As they walked back to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, she whispered. You're not really going to fight them again, are you? Harry stopped at the portrait of the fat lady. He looked at his HUD. Quest updated, the Soul Eaters. Objective, cleanse Hogwarts of the Dementor infestation. Progress, 1 out of 100, reward, title, Lightbringer. Mystery box. Harry grinned at Hermione. It was the grin of a player who had just found a farming loop. Hermione, he said. They're worth 10,000 XP a pop. I'm going to farm them until I hit level 50. He gave the password, Fortuna Major, and climbed through the portrait hole, leaving a stunned Hermione Granger in his wake. Third year had officially begun. And the game was on. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Rat Hunt and the Snape Raid. Morning at Hogwarts usually involved sleepy students, the smell of bacon, and the groaning of moving portraits. For Harry Potter, it involved a UI refresh and a tactical assessment of the local geometry. Sunlight streamed through the red velvet curtains of the four-poster bed. Harry stared at the canopy. He didn't feel groggy. Gamer's body deleted the concept of waking up on the wrong side of the bed. His sleep cycle was a loading screen that restored his HP and MP to 100%. He sat up and cracked his neck. Daily quest, the morning grind, objective, perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 10 kilometers run. Reward, +1 STR, +1 VIT. Status, skipped. You are currently in a safe zone with high social aggro. Dismiss, Harry muttered. He didn't need to do push-ups. He had been killing basilisks. His STR was already higher than the average trolls. He pulled the curtains open. The dormitory was a mess of snoring boys. Dean Thomas was mumbling about football. Seamus was drooling. Ron was asleep with his mouth open, one arm dangling off the bed. And there, snoozing in the pocket of Ron's discarded robe hanging on the bedpost, was the objective. Target, Scabbers, true name, Peter Pettigrew, status, dormant/alert, Harry's eyes narrowed. The blue targeting reticle hovered over the lump in the pocket. It was tempting. So tempting. He could just walk over there, grab the rat and snap its neck. Quest complete. Game over. But the system had specific completion criteria. Main quest, the truth of the betrayer, current objective, expose Peter Pettigrew to the public. Failure condition, Peter Pettigrew dies before confession. Failure condition, Peter Pettigrew escapes. Public exposure, Harry whispered, swinging his legs out of bed. Right. The drama route. The system loves a show. He couldn't just kill the rat. He needed witnesses. He needed the teachers to see it. If he killed a rat in the dorms, Ron would never forgive him, and the ministry would just say Harry had a mental break. He needed to clear Sirius's name, and that meant the rat had to be seen by credible NPCs. Harry walked to his trunk. He didn't open it, he just tapped the lid. Inventory, opened. He pulled out a fresh uniform, his wand, and a piece of parchment that looked old and blank. The Marauder's map. He sat on the edge of his bed and tapped the parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Ink blossomed. The castle layout unfolded in complex, moving lines. Hundreds of dots labeled with tiny names began to drift across the corridors. Harry squinted. The map was good, but the refresh rate was trash. It was running on 1970s magic code. It lagged. System, Harry thought. Skill, technomancy. Usually, technomancy applied to machines. But magic was just code written in reality. Harry pushed his mana into the map. He visualized the ink not as liquid, but as data streams. Mana injection, 200 MP, skill check, anti-85 versus map encryption. Success. Admin access granted. The map flashed. The lines sharpened. The lag disappeared. Show me enemies, Harry commanded softly. The map didn't just show dots anymore. It color-coded them. Most students were neutral white. Teachers were blue. Filch was a sad gray. And Peter Pettigrew, currently in Ron's pocket, was glowing a harsh, pulsing red. Gotcha, Harry grinned. I'm putting a tracker on you, Pete. You can't hide in the walls if the walls snitch on you. Harry. Harry looked up. Neville Longbottom was awake. The round-faced boy was sitting up, looking nervous. He was clutching his toad, Trevor, like a stress ball. Morning, Neville, Harry said, rolling up the map instantly. Ready for potions? Neville went pale. Snape, he whimpered. First lesson of the year. He's going to kill me, Harry. My toad almost died last time. Harry stood up. He walked over to Neville's bed. He looked at the boy. Neville was a level 12 herbologist with a secondary class in tank that he hadn't unlocked yet because his confidence stat was in the negatives. Neville, Harry said firmly. Snape isn't going to kill you. You know why? Why? Because I'm going to pull aggro. Pull, what? I'm going to make him so mad at me he forgets you exist, Harry promised. Just keep your head down, brew your potion, and don't add the porcupine quills until the cauldron is off the fire. Got it? Neville nodded, looking slightly less terrified. Okay. Thanks, Harry. Don't thank me yet, Harry said, checking his watch. Let's go get breakfast. I need to consume 4,000 calories before 9 a.m. or my stamina regen takes a hit. The dungeons were cold, damp, and smelled of pickled things. It was the classic evil lair aesthetic. Snape really leaned into the roleplay. The Gryffindors and Slytherins were gathered outside the classroom door. Draco Malfoy was holding court, looking smug. He had a bandage on his arm from where the hippogriff hadn't actually touched him yesterday, but he was milking it for sympathy points. It's agony, Malfoy was saying loudly to Pansy Parkinson. I might lose the arm. Father's furious. He's going to have that oaf Hagrid sacked. Harry leaned against the cold stone wall. He crossed his arms. Target, Draco Malfoy, status, whining, action, ignore. Harry didn't care about Malfoy. Malfoy was a tutorial rival. Harry was looking at the door. The heavy wooden door slammed open. Professor Severus Snape stood there. His black robes billowed even though there was no wind. He looked like a giant bat that had just woken up and realized it hated Tuesdays. Inside, Snape said softly. His voice was a low baritone that cut through the chatter instantly. The students filed in. Harry took a seat at the back, next to Ron. Hermione sat on his other side. Neville was trembling 2 tables away. Snape swept to the front of the room. He turned, his black eyes glittering. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class, Snape recited. He said the same thing every year. It was his NPC intro dialogue. He really needed a patch update. Snape's eyes scanned the room. They landed on Harry. Potter, Snape said softly. Present, Harry said, leaning back in his chair. Tell me, Snape said, moving closer, like a predator stalking a wounded deer. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The class held its breath. Hermione's hand shot into the air like a rocket. Harry didn't blink. Draught of living death, sir. Powerful sleeping potion. Level 45 recipe. Requires high precision stirring. Snape paused. He didn't look impressed, he looked annoyed that Harry knew the answer. And where, Snape continued, his voice silky, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Stomach of a goat, Harry said, bored. Universal antidote for most common poisons. Drops from mountain goats in the higher level zones. Drops from. Snape's eye twitched. And what is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? Same plant, Harry said. Aconite. Used in the wolfsbane potion to stabilize lycanthropy symptoms. I assume you're brewing a lot of that lately, considering our new staff member. The room went dead silent. Snape froze. His face, usually sallow, turned a shade of gray-white. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape whispered dangerously. For your cheek. For answering the questions correctly? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Seems like a bug in the scoring system, Professor. Detention, Potter, Snape snapped. Now. Today we are brewing the shrinking solution. Instructions are on the board. Begin. Snape turned away with a swirl of his cloak. Harry looked at the board. Recipe detected, shrinking solution, difficulty, medium, ingredients, daisy roots, shrivel fig, sliced caterpillars, rat spleen, leech juice. Crafting time, 60 minutes, Harry looked at the ingredients laid out on his table. Ron, Harry said, keeping his voice low. I need you to chop these roots. Exact 2 mm width. Hermione, handle the figs. Harry, you can't just order us around, Hermione hissed, already peeling her shrivel fig. And you shouldn't provoke him. I'm optimizing, Harry said. He grabbed his silver knife. Skill, blade mastery, applied to kitchen knives too. Chop. 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 Harry's hand was a blur. The caterpillars were sliced into perfect, identical discs in 3 seconds. Material processed, perfect quality sliced caterpillars. He tossed them into the cauldron. He didn't look at the book. He knew the recipe. The system projected a holographic guide over the cauldron that only he could see. A green bar showed the temperature. A blue arrow showed the stirring direction. Clockwise, 3 turns, Harry muttered. Add leech juice. Counterclockwise, one turn. The potion turned a brilliant, acid green. Snape was prowling the dungeon. He stopped at Neville's desk. Neville's potion was turning a dangerous shade of orange. Orange, Longbottom. Snape sneered. Tell me, boy, can you read? The instructions clearly state acid green. Neville whimpered, dropping his ladle. I. At the end of this lesson, Snape said, his voice dripping with malice, we will feed a few drops of this to your toad. If you have managed to create a shrinking solution, Trevor will become a tadpole. If not, well, he is likely to be poisoned. Neville gasped. Hermione looked horrified. That's cruel. Hermione said. Silence, Granger, Snape snapped. Harry stopped stirring. Quest alert, save the toad, objective, prevent Snape from poisoning Trevor. Reward, plus 50 reputation with Neville, plus 500 XP. Harry looked at his own potion. It was perfect. It was emitting a soft, green smoke. He looked at Neville's disaster. System, Harry thought. Skill, sleight of hand. Harry grabbed a handful of his own processed daisy roots. While Snape turned to yell at Seamus Finnegan for melting his cauldron again, Harry flicked his wrist. The roots flew through the air. It was a perfect arc. They landed silently in Neville's cauldron. Stir it, Neville. Harry hissed. Now. Hard. Neville panicked and stirred. The fresh, high-quality ingredients reacted with the mess. The orange sludge hissed, bubbled, and suddenly snapped into a clear, bright green. Snape spun around. He stalked back to Neville's desk, a cruel smile on his face. Now, Longbottom, Snape said, pulling a dropper from his robes. Let us see if your amphibian survives. He scooped up some of Neville's potion. He grabbed Trevor the toad. He squeezed 3 drops into the toad's mouth. There was a pop. Trevor shrank instantly, turning into a tiny tadpole wiggling in Snape's palm. The class cheered. Neville let out a breath that sounded like a deflating tire. Snape stared at the tadpole. He looked at the potion. He looked at Neville, who was shaking like a leaf. Then, slowly, his black eyes slid sideways to Harry. Snape knew. He didn't know how, but he knew. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said coldly. Because you didn't do it yourself, Longbottom. He dunked the tadpole into a water jar and restored it with a wave of his wand. Get out, Snape barked. The class scrambled to pack up. Harry bottled his own sample, item, potion of diminution, epic quality, and handed it to Snape on his way out. For your collection, Professor, Harry said with a sunny smile. Try not to drink it all at once. Snape's hand shot out. He grabbed Harry's arm. His grip was strong, like steel wire. Harry stopped. He didn't pull away. He looked down at Snape's hand, then up at Snape's face. Combat encounter initiated. Enemy, Severus Snape, level, 55, class, Spy/Alchemist/Dark Art Specialist. Snape's eyes bore into Harry's. Suddenly, Harry felt a pressure in his mind. It wasn't physical. It was like a drill trying to pierce his thoughts. Legilimency. Snape was trying to read him. He was trying to see how Harry had moved so fast, where he had learned that magic. Mental intrusion detected. Passive skill, gamer's mind activated. Defense, absolute. Snape didn't see memories. He didn't see the Dursleys. He didn't see Sirius Black. What Snape saw was a loading screen. A spinning hourglass on a black background. Snape recoiled. He let go of Harry's arm as if burned. He stumbled back a step, colliding with his desk. What? Snape breathed, his composure cracking for the first time. What are you? I'm a growing boy, Professor, Harry said, adjusting his sleeve. Don't poke around inside my head. It's messy in there. Harry turned and walked out of the dungeon, leaving a baffled and terrified potions master in his wake. That was wicked. Ron said as they walked up the marble staircase toward the Great Hall for lunch. Did you see his face? He looked like he'd swallowed a lemon whole. Harry, you really shouldn't antagonize him, Hermione fretted, clutching her books. He's a teacher. And he can take points. Let him take points, Harry said dismissively. I'll earn them back. I can farm house points by answering questions in Binz's class. Nobody else answers, so it's free real estate. They reached the top of the stairs. Harry stopped. He felt it. A vibration in his pocket. The Marauder's map. He pulled it out quickly, shielding it from the passing students. He checked the tracking dot. Target, Peter Pettigrew, location, moving. Speed, high. Ron, Harry said sharply. Where's Scabbers? Ron blinked. He patted his pocket. Then he patted his other pocket. His face fell. He was just here. In potions. I felt him sleeping. He's gone, Harry said, looking at the map. The dot labeled, Peter Pettigrew, was moving rapidly away from the dungeons, heading toward the third-floor corridor. The rat had sensed the intent. Animals had instincts. When Harry had focused his, killing intent, on Snape, the rat must have felt the ambient threat and bailed. He's running, Harry said. Hermione, hold my bag. What? Harry, where are you going? Rat hunting, Harry said. He vaulted over the banister of the marble staircase. Harry! Hermione screamed. Harry dropped 20 feet to the floor below. Skill, feather fall. He landed softly, ignoring the gasps of the Hufflepuffs he landed next to. He checked the map again. The dot was heading for the one-eyed witch passage. Pettigrew was trying to leave the castle. He was trying to get to Hogsmeade. Not on my watch, Harry growled. He took off running. Sprint, activated. His stamina bar drained slowly, but his speed doubled. He was a blur of black robes tearing through the corridors. Out of the way. Harry shouted at a group of second years. They scattered like bowling pins. He drifted around a corner, his sneakers squeaking on the stone. He saw it. A gray blur, scampering along the skirting board. A rat. It was missing a toe on its front paw. It was moving with unnatural intelligence, dodging feet and weaving through shadows. Stupefy! Harry yelled, whipping his wand out. A jet of red light shot down the hallway. The rat jumped. It actually jumped, wall running for a second to dodge the spell. The red bolt hit a suit of armor, blowing its helmet off with a clang. Target missed. Enemy agility is unexpectedly high. Fast little traitor, Harry muttered. The rat darted through the legs of a suit of armor and vanished into a ventilation grate near the floor. Harry skidded to a halt in front of the grate. He couldn't fit. Think. Think, Harry tapped his temple. The ventilation system connected the floors. If the rat went down, it was heading for the dungeons. If it went up, it was heading for the roof. Harry checked the map again. The dot was moving up. Rapidly. He's heading for the Ollery, Harry realized. He's going to try and hitch a ride on a bird. Harry looked at the window nearby. It was open. It led to the courtyard. From there, he could climb the west tower. He didn't hesitate. He climbed onto the window ledge. System, Harry commanded. Equip, sticky gloves. He didn't actually have sticky gloves, but he had a sticking charm applied to his palms. Harry launched himself out of the window. The wind hit him. He was 3 stories up. He grabbed the rough stone of the castle wall. The charm held. He hung there, looking like a spider. Time to climb, Harry grunted. He began to scale the castle wall. Hand over hand. Pulling himself up with STR-58. Students in the courtyard below pointed and screamed. Look! Is that Potter? He's climbing the tower. He's mad. Harry ignored them. He focused on the rhythm. Reach, stick, pull. Reach, stick, pull. He reached the Ollery window in 2 minutes. He vaulted over the sill, landing in a pile of owl droppings and straw. The Ollery was a chaos of feathers. Hundreds of owls hooted and screeched. And there, on the ledge of the far window, was the rat. Scabbers was trying to grab onto the leg of a large barn owl that was preparing to take off. Scabbers. The rat froze. It turned its head. Its beady black eyes met Harry's green ones. There was no animal in those eyes. There was only fear. Human fear. Game over, Peter, Harry said, raising his wand. Accio rat. The rat squeaked. It let go of the owl and threw itself off the ledge. It chose the fall. It chose to plummet 100 feet rather than let Harry catch it. Oh, you suicidal idiot, Harry cursed. Harry ran to the window. He looked down. The rat was falling, tumbling through the air. But it wasn't hitting the ground. It was aiming for the sloping roof of the great hall. It hit the slates, rolled, and scrambled into a rain gutter. Harry looked at the drop. It was a long way down. Parkour check, Harry muttered. Risk, fatal. Reward, quest completion. He jumped. He plummeted through the air, wind roaring in his ears. He aimed for the roof of the covered bridge that connected the tower to the main building. He hit the roof. He rolled. The impact took 500 HP off his bar instantly. Health, 3, 800/4, 500, status, bruised ribs. Harry ignored the pain. He slid down the tiles, launched himself off the edge, and landed on the stone balcony outside the Great Hall. He burst through the double doors. The Great Hall was full. Lunch was in full swing. Hundreds of students were eating shepherd's pie. Dumbledore was chatting with McGonagall at the high table. The doors slammed open with a bang that silenced the room. Harry Potter stood there. He was covered in soot, owl droppings, and dust. His robes were torn. He was breathing hard. His wand was in his hand. Potter? McGonagall stood up, looking alarmed. What in Merlin's name, where is he? Harry shouted. He scanned the room. The map in his mind updated. The rat had entered through a side vent. It was under the Gryffindor table. Harry marched forward. The students parted like the Red Sea. They saw the look in his eyes. It was the look of a gamer who had wiped on a boss 10 times and was now on his final, perfect run. Harry reached the Gryffindor table. He stopped next to a confused Dean Thomas. Move, Harry said. Dean scrambled away. Harry kicked the bench over. Crash. Underneath, cowering near a dropped bread roll, was Scabbers. The rat hissed. It looked cornered. Got you, Harry breathed. The rat bolted. It ran straight for the high table. It was looking for protection. It was running toward Dumbledore. Stupefy. Harry cast again. The red bolt flew over the Hufflepuff table, missing a first year's ear by an inch, and shattered a pitcher of pumpkin juice in front of Professor Sprout. Harry! Dumbledore shouted, standing up. Cease this at once. It's not a rat. Harry yelled back, not stopping. He jumped onto the Hufflepuff table, sprinting down the length of it, kicking plates of food aside. Grab him. Snape stood up, drawing his wand. 10 points. Potter, stop. The rat reached the steps of the high table. It was scrambling toward Hagrid's massive boots. Harry reached the end of the table. He launched himself into the air. Skill, tackle, Harry dove. He landed on the floor at the foot of the high table, his hands slamming down. He missed. The rat bit his finger. Hard. Ah! Harry yelled. Dash 10 HP. The rat scurried past him. But Harry had anticipated the bite. He twisted his body. His other hand shot out. Grapple check, success. Harry's hand closed around the rat's tail. He stood up, holding the struggling, squealing rodent upside down. I have you, Harry panted. He was standing in front of the entire staff table. Dumbledore was 5 feet away. Snape looked ready to hex him. Lupin. Lupin was staring at the rat. His face was white as a sheet. His eyes were wide, fixed on the missing toe. Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice thundering with authority. Put the creature down. Explain yourself. It's an animagus, Harry said loudly, addressing the whole hall. It's an unregistered animagus. And his name is Peter Pettigrew. Silence. Absolute silence. Then, Ron's voice from the back, Harry. You're mental. That's Scabbers. Professor Lupin, Harry said, not looking away from the rat. You know the spell. The one to force a transformation. Do it. Or I squash him. Harry squeezed the rat. Scabbers squealed, a horrible, high-pitched scream. Lupin stood up slowly. He looked at Harry. He looked at the rat. He looked at the terrified eyes of the rodent. Remus? Dumbledore asked softly. Is this true? The map. Lupin whispered. The map never lies. Lupin raised his wand. His hand was trembling. If you won't do it, I will, Harry said. He pointed his wand at the rat dangling from his hand. He didn't know the specific counterspell. But he knew magic was about intent. And he had a lot of mana. System, Harry thought. Mana dump. Spell, dispel magic. A wave of blue light erupted from Harry's wand. It hit the rat. The air warped. The rat flew from Harry's hand. It hit the floor, twisting in mid-air. It began to grow. Fur receded into skin. The squeal turned into a human moan. The tiny body expanded, limbs elongating, head forming. The students screamed. There was a flash of light, and then, lying on the stone floor of the great hall, was a man. He was short, balding, and looked like a human version of a rodent. He was wearing tattered, gray robes. He was trembling, clutching his chest. Peter Pettigrew. The screaming in the hall intensified. Students were standing on benches. McGonagall gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Peter. Snape looked like he had been slapped. Impossible. Pettigrew looked around wildly. He saw Dumbledore. He saw the teachers. Albus. Pettigrew squeaked, scrambling to his knees. Albus. Save me. He's mad. The boy is mad. He tried to kill me. Peter, Dumbledore said. His voice was cold. Colder than the Dementors. You are dead. We buried you. He tricked you. Pettigrew pointed a shaking finger at Harry. He's working with Black. Black is coming to kill me. Harry stepped forward. He leveled his wand at Pettigrew's face. Quest update, expose Peter Pettigrew. Status, complete. Reward, 10,000 XP. Public vindication. New objective, justice. Drop the act, Peter, Harry said. His voice was amplified by the silence of the room. We know. You sold them out. You sold my parents to Voldemort. Hearing the name, the crowd flinched. Pettigrew flinched harder. Lies! Pettigrew shrieked. He looked at Ron, who was standing at the front of the Gryffindor table, mouth agape. Ron! Ron, haven't I been a good pet? Haven't I been a good rat? 12 years, Ron. Get away from him, Ron whispered, looking sick. Remus. Pettigrew crawled toward Lupin. Remus, old friend. You don't believe him, do you? Sirius. Sirius is the spy. Lupin looked down at the man groveling at his feet. Lupin's face was a mask of grief and rage. We saw the map, Peter, Lupin said softly. And we never knew you were an animagus. Why did you hide? If you were innocent, why have you been living as a rat for 12 years? Fear. Pettigrew wailed. Fear of the Dark Lord's followers. Voldemort is gone, Harry cut in. Or he was. Until you started helping him again. Harry saw it. A subtle shift in Pettigrew's posture. The man was cornered. His eyes darted to the side doors. Secure him. McGonagall shouted, drawing her wand. Severus, seal the doors. Snape moved fast, sending a jet of magic to lock the great oak doors. But Pettigrew smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. It was a rat's smile. You don't understand, Pettigrew whispered. He has awakened. The master, he sees everything. Pettigrew reached into his tattered robes. He didn't pull a wand. He pulled out a small, black sphere. It looked like obsidian, but it pulsed with a purple vein of light. Warning, dark artifact detected. Object, tear of the void. Threat level, catastrophic. Get down. Harry screamed. He didn't cast a shield. He cast a shockwave. Depulso. He aimed at Ron and Hermione, blasting his friends backward, away from the high table. Pettigrew crushed the sphere in his hand. VRMM. The sound wasn't loud. It was the sound of sound being deleted. A sphere of absolute darkness expanded from Pettigrew's hand. It wasn't just shadow, it was a hole in reality. The stone floor dissolved. The high table splintered as the gravity well sucked it in. Dumbledore reacted instantly. Protego horribilis. A golden dome shimmered into existence around the students, shielding them from the suction. But Pettigrew was at the center of the storm. He wasn't being sucked in. He was floating. The purple energy wrapped around him like armor. He calls. Pettigrew screamed, his voice distorted, sounding like two voices speaking at once. The abyss gazes back. The void energy lashed out. A tentacle of black smoke struck Lupin, throwing him across the room into the wall. Professor! Harry yelled. Harry stood his ground. He dug his boots into the stone. Skill, immovable stance. He raised his wand. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Reducto. He rapid-fired spells. A machine gun of magic. The red, blue, and white lights hit the void shield and vanished. Absorbed. Attack ineffective. Magic absorption active. Pettigrew looked down at Harry. His eyes were glowing purple. You are strong, boy, the distorted voice said. But you are playing a game you do not understand. We will meet again. Pettigrew spun. The void collapsed in on itself. Crack boom. The shockwave shattered every window in the great hall. Glass rained down like diamonds. When the dust cleared, the space where Pettigrew had been was empty. There was just a crater in the floor, smoking with a smell that wasn't sulfur, it smelled like ozone and old blood. Silence returned to the hall. Broken only by the sobbing of terrified students. Harry stood at the edge of the crater. He lowered his wand. Quest failed, capture Pettigrew. Secret quest completed, force the reveal. XP gained, 15,000. World state updated, the void awakens. Dumbledore stepped down from the ruins of the high table. He looked old. Older than Harry had ever seen him. He stared at the crater. Dark magic, Dumbledore murmured. Ancient. Terrible. He looked at Harry. There was no twinkle in his eyes. Only a grave, heavy realization. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. What have you done? Harry turned. He looked at the headmaster. He looked at Ron, who was being helped up by Hermione. He looked at the terrified school. He brushed the dust off his shoulder. I leveled the playing field, Professor, Harry said grimly. Now you know the enemy is active. Stop playing school. Start preparing for war. Harry sheathed his wand. He walked past Dumbledore, past the crater, and headed for the doors. Mr. Potter. McGonagall called out, her voice shaking. Where are you going? To the library, Harry said without looking back. I need to look up what a tear of the void is. And then I'm going to find a way to destroy it. He walked out of the great hall. As soon as he was in the corridor, alone, Harry slumped against the wall. His hands were shaking. His mana was drained. MP, 200/6, 500, adrenaline crash imminent. He slid down the wall to the floor. Damn it, Harry whispered. He got away. The rat got away. A shadow fell over him. Harry looked up. It wasn't a teacher. It was Neville Longbottom. Neville looked terrified. He was still clutching his toad. But he was standing there. You knew, Neville said. About the rat. And about Snape. Yeah, Harry rasped. Neville nodded. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog. He handed it to Harry. My gran says you should always eat chocolate after a shock, Neville said. Harry took the chocolate. He looked at Neville. Neville Longbottom, affiliation, ally, loyalty, hi, Harry cracked a tired smile. He unwrapped the frog and bit its head off. Thanks, Neville. You fought a Dementor, Neville said, sitting down next to him. And you fought, whatever that was. You're going to fight him again, aren't you? Pettigrew. Yeah, Harry said. And the guy controlling him. Neville stared at the floor. Then, he looked at his hands. Can you? Neville hesitated. Can you teach me how to fight? Harry stopped chewing. He looked at the round-faced boy. He saw the potential. He saw the locked stats. Optional quest, the Sleeping Lion, objective, train Neville Longbottom. Reward, a true brother in arms. Harry grinned. It was a savage, tired grin. Sure, Neville, Harry said. But warn you now. My training methods. They're a bit of a grind. I don't care, Neville said fiercely. I don't want to be scared anymore. Good, Harry said, standing up and offering Neville a hand. Then let's get to work. We have a war to win. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Void Awakens. The forests of Albania were not known for their hospitality, especially not the section locally referred to as the Dead Zone. Here, the trees didn't just grow, they twisted in agony, their bark gray and flaking like diseased skin. The air didn't move. It stagnated, heavy with the metallic taste of ozone and old blood. For a spectral entity that had once been the most feared wizard in Britain, it was a humiliating place to hide. Voldemort, or rather, the shade that remained of him, drifted through the hollow of a rotting oak. Existence was pain. It was a constant, gnawing hunger. Without a host, he was nothing more than a sentient cold spot, a whisper in the wind that terrified the local wildlife but couldn't even pick up a wand. He was bored. He was furious. And he was starving. A twig snapped. Voldemort's consciousness flared. He sensed a life force. Small, rat-like, frantic. It smelled of fear and desperate loyalty. Master. The voice was squeaky, pathetic. Peter Pettigrew stumbled into the clearing. He looked awful. His robes were shredded, his skin pale and clammy, and he was clutching his left arm where a hand used to be. But in his right hand, he held something that made the shadows recoil. It was the obsidian sphere. The tear of the void. You came, Voldemort hissed. The sound didn't come from a mouth, it vibrated in the air itself, a psychic intrusion into Pettigrew's mind. I brought it, Master, Pettigrew wept, falling to his knees in the mud. The boy. Potter, he is a monster. He is not human. He hunts like a demon. Potter, Voldemort spat. The name burned. He grows strong. Too strong. Voldemort hovered closer. He could feel the pulse of the artifact. It wasn't magic. Magic was the manipulation of reality. This was the absence of reality. It was antimatter, anti-magic, anti-life. It was a battery of pure annihilation. The ritual, Voldemort commanded. Prepare it. Now. But Master, your body. I need bones, flesh. We do not need the old ways, Wormtail. Voldemort's voice dropped an octave, resonating with a terrifying finality. The old magic is weak. Potter has broken the rules. So we shall break the board. Pettigrew sobbed, but he obeyed. He began to draw a circle in the mud, not with a wand, but with the oozing black fluid dripping from the artifact. Flesh of the servant, Voldemort whispered. Pettigrew screamed as the artifact pulsed. It didn't cut his hand off, it dissolved it. The offering was accepted. Spirit of the Master. Voldemort dove. He threw his spectral form into the obsidian sphere. It wasn't a rebirth. It was a deletion. Pain, absolute, white-hot, data-corrupting pain, ripped through Voldemort's consciousness. He felt his soul being shredded, analyzed, and recompiled. He wasn't entering a body, he was entering a server that didn't exist. The void looked back at him. It didn't care about blood purity. It didn't care about ruling Britain. It only cared about consumption. Acceptance of the word wasn't spoken. It was downloaded into his mind. In the clearing, the mud began to boil. The trees screamed, actually screamed, as their life force was ripped out by the roots and sucked into the center of the circle. The obsidian sphere cracked. Liquid shadow poured out, defying gravity, spiraling upward to form a skeleton of black glass. Muscles of purple energy knitted together. Skin formed, not pale snake-like scales, but something shifting and dark, like oil on water. Voldemort opened his eyes. They were no longer red. They were voids. Infinite, spinning singularities of purple and black. He took a breath. The air around him died, the oxygen instantly converted into mana. He looked at his hands. They were clawed, vibrating with a frequency that made the world blur around them. System, Voldemort croaked. The word felt alien on his tongue, yet he knew it was the key. A red, glitching interface ripped open in his vision. User, Lord Voldemort, class, Void Avatar, level, error, status, ascended, objective, consume the glitch, Harry Potter. Voldemort threw his head back and laughed. It wasn't a human laugh. It was the sound of a reactor melting down. A shockwave of purple energy blasted outward, vaporizing the forest for a mile in every direction. I see you now, Harry Potter, Voldemort whispered, his voice echoing in 2 dimensions at once. Let us see whose cheat codes are stronger. Hogwarts Castle, the grounds, 5 a.m. Harry Potter was doing handstand push-ups on the edge of the astronomy tower. 98, 99, 100. Daily quest complete, the morning grind, reward, +1 STR, +500 XP, Harry flipped to his feet, landing silently on the stone. He wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He checked his stats. STR, 60 level, 46 XP to next level, 45,000/90,000, slow, Harry muttered. The XP curve is getting steep. The sun was just starting to peek over the mountains, painting the Black Lake in shades of gold and pink. It was peaceful. It was quiet. It was boring. Morning, Harry. Harry turned. Hermione Granger was sitting on a parapet, a thick book titled Advanced Arithmancy and the Geometry of Spellwork open in her lap. She had dark circles under her eyes. You didn't sleep, Harry noted. Observation confirmed her stamina was at 60%. I couldn't, Hermione said, closing the book with a snap. I've been calculating the trajectory of Pettigrew's escape. The energy signature. Harry, it doesn't make sense. It violated the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. You can't just delete matter. It has to go somewhere. It went to the void, Harry said, grabbing a water bottle from his inventory. Think of it like the recycle bin on a computer. It's not gone, just moved to a directory you can't access. Hermione frowned. You and your Muggle metaphors. It's unnerving. It's accurate, Harry shrugged. Where's the team? Neville is throwing up in the locker room, Hermione said dryly. And Sirius is, marking his territory on the Quidditch pitch. Good. We have work to do. Harry jumped off the tower. Harry! Hermione shrieked. He fell 50 feet, the wind rushing past his ears. Just before impact, he cast, Arresto Momentum, on himself without a wand, slowing to a gentle hover before his boots touched the grass. Hermione came down the stairs a few minutes later, looking exasperated. Show off. Efficiency, Harry corrected. They walked to the Quidditch pitch. The morning mist was clinging to the goal hoops. Neville Longbottom was there, looking pale and shaky. He was holding a practice sword Harry had transfigured from a cricket bat. It was heavy, blunt, and ugly. Ready to quit? Harry asked, walking up to him. Neville looked up. His eyes were terrified, but his jaw was set. No. Good answer. Harry circled him. Your stance is trash, Neville. Feet wider. Lower your center of gravity. You're a tank. You don't dodge, you absorb. But I'm a wizard, Neville panted, adjusting his grip. Shouldn't I be casting spells? Spells run on mana. Mana runs out, Harry lectured, tapping Neville's leg with his foot to correct the posture. Muscle is forever. When your wand snaps, or you get silenced, or you run out of juice, you need to be able to take a hit and keep moving. Now, block. Harry didn't use a weapon. He used his fist. He threw a punch at Neville's chest. Neville flinched, raising the sword clumsily. Clang. Harry pulled the punch at the last second, but the impact still vibrated through the steel, sending Neville stumbling back. Neville Longbottom, -5 HP, again, Harry barked. Eyes open. Watch my shoulder, not my hand. Sirius, in his massive dog form, was sitting on the sidelines, barking encouragement. Or maybe he was laughing. It was hard to tell with Padfoot. Harry, Hermione called out from the stands. According to my calculations, Neville's magical core responds better to emotional distress. You need to simulate a high-stress environment. Way ahead of you, Harry grinned. System, summon, training dummy, level 10. He waved his hand. A wooden construct materialized. It held a club. Fight that, Harry ordered Neville. If you lose, you run 5 laps around the lake. If you win, you get breakfast. Neville swallowed hard, raised his sword, and charged with a war cry that sounded more like a squeak. Harry watched, arms crossed. He's getting better. His endurance stat has gone up by 2 points since Tuesday, Hermione noted, stepping up beside Harry. She was holding a clipboard now. But his confidence is still the bottleneck. He hesitates before every strike. "We'll fix that," Harry said. "We just need a real dungeon." Suddenly, the world flickered. It wasn't a blink. It was a graphical error in reality. The sky, which had been a soft morning blue, suddenly tore open. A jagged line of purple static ripped across the horizon, dissecting the sun. Bzzzzzt. A sound like a dial-up modem amplified through a stadium speaker blasted across the grounds. Neville dropped his sword, covering his ears. Sirius howled. Hermione dropped her clipboard. Harry didn't flinch. He froze. His eyes locked onto the HUD. Critical alert, server connection unstable, external intrusion detected, world event triggered, the abyss gazes back, the blue sky bled. The color drained out of the world, replaced by a sickly, bruising violet. The clouds swirled into unnatural spirals. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was high, tight with panic. "What is that? What's happening to the sky?" "The admin is hacking the server," Harry whispered. He looked toward the forbidden forest. Usually, the forest was a dark green smudge on the map. Now, it was pulsing. A purple mist was rolling out of the tree-line, creeping over the grass like dry ice. And the system was screaming red warnings. Warning, level 40 to 50 mobs detected. Warning, void corruption spreading. Warning, safe zone, Hogwarts, compromised. "Hagrid," Harry said instantly. He didn't wait. He started running. "Harry!" Neville yelled, grabbing his sword from the grass. "Where are we going?" "Raid!" Harry shouted back over his shoulder. "Gear up. We're going to the forest." Hagrid's hut was under siege. It wasn't Death Eaters. It was pumpkins. The massive pumpkins in Hagrid's garden had mutated. They had grown jagged teeth and vines that whipped around like tentacles. They were smashing against the wooden walls of the hut, trying to break in. Enemy, void-touched pumpkin, level 15, weakness, fire, get back. Hagrid's booming voice came from inside. There was a loud crack of a crossbow, and a bolt flew out the window, embedding itself in a pumpkin. The pumpkin roared. "Vegetables shouldn't roar," Sirius muttered, transforming back into a human as he ran alongside Harry. He was wearing the leather armor Harry had bought him, looking like a ragged rogue. "Harry, that's just wrong." "Flammable," Harry corrected. Harry skidded to a halt at the garden gate. He raised his wand. Incendio Maxima. He didn't cast a stream of fire. He cast a grenade. A ball of compressed white flame shot from his wand, landing in the middle of the pumpkin patch. Boom! The explosion was beautiful. Pumpkin guts and void sludge rained down. The shockwave rattled the windows of the hut. "XP gained, 450, clear," Harry said. The door to the hut burst open. Hagrid stumbled out, holding his massive crossbow. Fawn was cowering behind his legs. "Harry!" Hagrid yelled. "Blimey, I've never seen naught like it." The garden went mad. Just woke up and started trying to eat the house. "It's not just the garden, Hagrid," Harry said, pointing at the forest. The purple mist was thick now. Inside the tree-line, shadows were moving. Big shadows. "The spiders," Hagrid whispered, his face going pale under his beard. "Aragog. I can hear him. He's changin', dot." "Aragog?" Neville squeaked, running up with Hermione. He was clutching his sword so hard his knuckles were white. "Who's Aragog?" "Giant spider. King of the forest. Usually eats people, but Hagrid says he's cuddly," Harry explained rapidly. "Listen to me. The forest has been corrupted. A void artifact is leaking energy in there. If we don't stop it, that mist is going to reach the castle. And if it reaches the castle, the wards will fail. How do you know that? Hermione asked, scanning the mist with her wand. The magical density is off the charts. Because this is a dungeon event, Harry said. And dungeons spread if you don't clear the boss. Harry turned to his team. Okay, listen up. This is a level 50 zone now. If you die, you die. No respawns. Neville gulped. Neville, you're on point. Shield up. Anything that jumps at us, you block it. Don't try to kill it, just keep it off Hermione. Neville nodded, trembling but determined. Block. Okay. I can block. Hermione, your support. I need crowd control. Freezing charms, slow hexes, barriers. Analyze the enemy types and call out weaknesses. Right, Hermione said, her eyes narrowing as she shifted into academic mode. I can calculate the refraction angles for shield charms. Serious, Harry looked at his godfather. You're DPS/roamer. Stay in dog form for the stealth buff. Flank them. Go for the eyes or the joints. If it gets hairy, bail out. I can handle a few spiders, pup, Sirius grinned, a feral look in his eyes. He shifted back into Padfoot with a pop. Hagrid, Harry said. Guard the perimeter. Don't let anything out of the forest. If a student comes down here, throw them back in the castle. I ain't leavin' ya alone in there, Harry. Hagrid protested. You're too big, Hagrid, Harry said gently. You'll pull too much aggro. We need a strike team. Small and fast. Harry turned to the forest. He cracked his neck. He opened his inventory and equipped his dragonhide gloves. System, Harry thought. Party invite, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Sirius Black. A soft ding echoed in the minds of his friends, though they probably interpreted it as intuition. Party established. Leader, Harry Potter. Buff active, leader's presence, plus 10% stats to all allies, dot. Let's grind, Harry said. He stepped into the purple mist. The forest was a nightmare. The trees were bleeding. Violet sap oozed from cracks in the bark. The ground was slick with a black slime that hissed when they stepped on it. Watch your footing. Harry called out. That slime applies, slow, debuff. They moved in formation. Neville in front, shield raised, Harry had cast a Protego duo on the wooden shield to reinforce it. Harry and Hermione in the middle. Padfoot prowling the flanks. Skitter. Skitter. The sound came from everywhere. Thousands of legs moving on dead leaves. Contact front. Harry yelled. From the canopy, 3 acromantulas dropped. But they weren't normal spiders. They were monstrosities. Their chitin was black and glowing with purple veins. Their eyes were burning voids. Enemy, void-infused stalker, level, 42, HP, 2500, ability, phase shift, the lead spider lunged at Neville. Block! Harry commanded. Neville screamed, closed his eyes, and thrust the shield upward. Clang! The spider's fangs hit the shield. Sparks flew. The force drove Neville to his knees, but the shield held. Hermione, left flank. Glacius. Hermione whipped her wand. Glacius Tria. A blast of blue-white cold hit the second spider. Usually, this would freeze a target solid. But the void spider shimmered. Its skin seemed to vibrate, and the ice spell shattered against it harmlessly. Magic resistance. Hermione shouted. Harry, spells aren't working effectively. It's absorbing the mana. Physical damage it is. Harry yelled. Harry didn't use a spell. He used telekinesis. He grabbed a fallen log with his mind. Int, 85. The log, weighing easily 300 pounds, lifted into the air. Batter up. Harry swung the log like a baseball bat. Crunch. The log slammed into the spider attacking Neville. The impact sound was sickeningly wet. The spider was launched sideways, smashing into a tree. Its chitin cracked, purple ichor spraying out. Critical hit. Minus 1200 HP, Neville, stab it. Harry ordered. Neville scrambled up. The spider was twitching, trying to stand. Neville raised his blunt sword. Reducto. Harry cast on the tip of Neville's sword. Arg. Neville brought the sword down. The empowered blade pierced the spider's head. The creature shrieked and dissolved into black ash. Kill assist, Neville Longbottom. XP shared. 1 down. Harry shouted. Padfoot, on your 6. The third spider had flanked them. It was rearing up behind Sirius, ready to strike. Sirius didn't look back. He leaped. He transformed mid-air, a human man holding a wand appearing out of the fur. Defindo. Sirius slashed his wand. The cutting curse hit the spider's leg joints. 2 legs were severed cleanly. The spider collapsed. Sirius transformed back into a dog and tore out the spider's throat. Clear. Harry panted. They stood in the clearing, breathing hard. That was insane, Neville gasped, looking at the black ash on his sword. I killed it. I actually killed it. You did good, Neville, Harry said, clapping him on the shoulder. But that was just the trash mobs. We need to get to the hollow. Why are they glowing purple? Hermione asked, kneeling to inspect the ash. This residue, it feels like the Dementors. But worse. It's cold. Void energy, Harry said. It corrupts data. It rewrites the code of the creature. We need to move. If Aragog has been corrupted, he's going to be a raid boss. They pushed deeper. The deeper they went, the worse it got. They found a herd of centaurs. Or what was left of them. They were statues. Turned to black glass, frozen in poses of agony. Oh God, Hermione whispered, covering her mouth. That's Ronan. Harry felt a cold fury building in his chest. The system didn't flag these as enemies. It flagged them as, destroyed environment. Pettigrew, Harry growled. He did this. To fuel his master. Harry, Sirius's human voice came from the shadows. He looked grim. I smell it. The lair. It's close. And it smells like death. Harry checked his mana. MP, 5400/6500. He was good. Okay, Harry said. Boss strategy. Aragog is huge. If he's void touched, he'll have high defense and probably an AoE, area of effect, attack. Hermione, I need you to focus on shielding Neville. Neville, you draw his attention. Just survive. Sirius and I will deal the damage. And if he eats me? Neville asked, his voice trembling. Then you'll give him indigestion, Harry said. Trust the gear, Neville. Trust the grind. They stepped into the hollow. It was a massive, bowl-shaped depression in the earth, usually covered in webs. Now, the webs were black cables, thick as ropes, pulsating with purple light. In the center sat Aragog. He was the size of a small house. His eyes were 18 glowing purple searchlights. His mandibles dripped liquid shadow that sizzled when it hit the ground. And floating above him, suspended in a web of purple energy, was a tear in reality. A small version of the portal Pettigrew had opened. It was feeding energy into the spider. Boss encounter started, target, Aragog, the Void Weaver, level, 55, Elite, HP, 50,000/50,000, Special Ability, Reality Anchor, Aragog shifted. The ground shook. Harry Potter. The voice wasn't clicking or chittering. It was a deep, resonant boom that sounded like rocks grinding together. You come to die, in the Master's web. I came to debug the forest, Harry said, stepping forward. And you're taking up too much memory. Harry raised his hand. System, he whispered. Activate skill, Berserker mode. Warning, Berserker mode drains 100 HP per second. Increases STR and DX by 50%. Accepted. Harry's aura flared red. His muscles tightened. He felt the pain, the burning in his veins, but he pushed it into the background. Attack! Harry roared. The fight began. Aragog reared up and slammed his front legs down. A shockwave of purple earth rippled toward them. Protego tot alum. Hermione screamed, casting a shield in front of the group. The shockwave hit the shield. The barrier cracked, but held. Scatter! Harry yelled. They broke formation. Sirius went left, a black blur. Neville charged down the center, screaming a war cry to keep his courage up. Hey! Over here, you ugly rug! Neville shouted, banging his sword on his shield. Aragog turned toward Neville. The massive head lowered. Feast! Aragog spat a glob of black webbing at Neville. Neville didn't block. He rolled. It was a clumsy roll, he got mud in his mouth, but he dodged. The web hit the ground where he had been standing and melted the rock. Nice dodge, Neville! Harry shouted. Harry was airborne. He had used a tree as a springboard. He was 50 feet in the air, falling toward Aragog's back. Bombarda Maxima. Harry fired directly into the cluster of Aragog's eyes. The explosion was blinding. Aragog screeched. But as the smoke cleared, Harry saw a purple energy shield shimmering over the spider's carapace. Damage absorbed, 0, shields. Harry yelled, landing on a thick branch. He has void shields. Magic is useless. Physical damage only. Hermione confirmed from behind a rock. Harry, you have to break the anchor. She pointed to the tear in reality floating above the spider. The portal is feeding him shields. Destroy the portal. Easier said than done. Sirius barked, dodging a massive leg swipe. Harry looked at the portal. It was 20 feet above the spider. I need a boost. Harry yelled. Neville. Turtle formation. Neville didn't ask questions. He planted his feet, locked his shield over his head, and braced. Harry dropped from the tree. He landed on Neville's shield. Hop. Neville grunted, heaving upward with all his strength. Harry launched off the shield. The extra momentum propelled him higher. He was level with the portal. He could feel the cold emanating from it. It tried to suck his soul out. Gamer's mind, held firm. Harry didn't cast a spell at the portal. You can't hex a hole. He reached into his inventory. He pulled out the crystallized despair he had looted from the Dementor on the train. Let's see how you like a taste of your own medicine, Harry gritted his teeth. He jammed the crystal into the purple tear. Matter met antimatter. A paradox. The Dementor essence, absolute cold/stasis, reacted with the void energy, absolute chaos/hunger. SKROM. The portal destabilized. It turned bright white. Harry kicked off the air, double jump, and dove away just as the portal imploded. The energy feed to Aragog was severed. The purple shield around the spider flickered and died. Shields down. Harry yelled, hitting the ground and rolling. DPS phase. Burn him down. Aragog roared in pain as his power source vanished. He thrashed wildly. Sirius was on him instantly. He was a whirlwind of curses, blasting chunks of chitin off the spider's legs. Hermione was casting incendio streams, setting the webs on fire to limit the spider's movement. Harry charged. He didn't use his wand. He channeled mana into his fists. Combat magic, Iron Fist. He punched Aragog's leg. The limb shattered. The spider collapsed on one side. "Finish it, Harry!" Sirius yelled. Harry sprinted up the spider's collapsed leg, running along the back of the beast. He reached the head. Aragog looked up at him with the remaining, non-exploded eyes. The purple glow was fading, replaced by the milky white of death. "The master comes." Aragog wheezed. "Let him come," Harry said cold. "I'll farm him too." Harry pointed his wand point-blank at the creature's brain stem. Piercing hex. Charging. 100%. A beam of concentrated mana drilled through the spider's skull. Aragog shuddered once, violently, and then collapsed. His massive body began to dissolve into black ash, just like the smaller spiders. Boss defeated, Aragog, void infused, XP gained 25,000, x2, equals 50,000 XP, level up. Level up. Harry Potter is now level 48. Harry stood on top of the disintegrating carcass. He breathed out, the red aura of Berserker mode fading. His health was down to 50%, and his mana was nearly dry. "Clear," Harry said. The purple mist in the forest began to recede. The sky above them flickered, the violet bruise healing back to a natural gray. Neville sat down heavily in the mud. He was covered in slime, sweat, and spider guts. He was shaking. We won?" Neville asked. Harry hopped down. He offered Neville a hand. "We won," Harry said. "Check your stats, Neville." Neville blinked. He seemed to focus on something invisible in the air. I leveled up." Neville whispered. "Level 14. And I unlocked a skill. Steadfast Defender." "Welcome to the game, Neville," Harry grinned. Sirius limped over, clutching his side. He had a nasty gash on his ribs, but he was grinning. "That was madness," Sirius laughed, wincing. "Absolute madness. James would have loved it." Hermione was already collecting samples of the void ash in vials. "Harry, we need to get back to the castle. Dumbledore needs to see this." The wards, if that portal had stayed open another hour, it would have eaten the Forbidden Forest. "Yeah," Harry said, looking at the spot where the portal had imploded. He felt a chill. The quest wasn't over. World Event, The Abyss Gazes Back, Phase 1 complete. Phase 2, impending. "Let's go," Harry said. "We need to heal up. And I need to craft some better gear. Next time, they won't be this easy." Hogwarts Castle, the hospital wing, 8 a.m. Madame Pomfrey was not happy. "Spider venom? Void burn? What were you students doing?" she shrieked, applying a bubbling green paste to Neville's arm. "Gardening project gone wrong," Harry lied smoothly, drinking a pepper-up potion. Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed. He looked grave. Snape was there too, lurking in the shadows, eyeing Harry with a mix of suspicion and begrudging respect. "The mist has cleared," Dumbledore said softly. "But the magical residue remains." "Harry, what did you find in there?" "A back door," Harry said, sitting up. "Voldemort isn't just a ghost anymore, Professor. He's hacking the system. He's using anti-magic. If we rely on standard spells, we lose. We need to adapt." "Adapt how?" Snape sneered. "By teaching Longbottom to hit things with a club. It worked, didn't it?" Harry shot back. Neville tanked a level 55 boss. What did your Slytherins do this morning, Professor? Sleep in? Snape's mouth tightened, but he didn't argue. Dumbledore sighed. He looked out the window. The sky was grey, but there was still a faint, purple tint to the clouds. I will increase the patrols, Dumbledore said. And I will examine the wards myself. But Harry, this power you wield. It is growing faster than I anticipated. It has to, Harry said. Because he's catching up. Harry swung his legs off the bed. Where are you going, Mr. Potter? Pomfrey demanded. You need rest. I need to grind, Harry said, grabbing his jacket. And I need to visit the library. Hermione has a theory about arithmancy and void shields, and if I'm right, I can code a counterspell. Harry walked to the door. He stopped and looked back at his team. Neville was sleeping, exhausted but looking more peaceful than Harry had ever seen him. Hermione was already reading a book Pomfrey had tried to confiscate. Harry smiled. Rest up, guys, Harry said. We have a raid on Hogsmeade next weekend. He walked out into the corridor. As he walked, he pulled up his status screen. Skill points available, 10, allocate to INT. No, Harry whispered. He looked at the locked skill at the bottom of his tree. Skill, Void Walker, locked, requirement, survive direct contact with void energy. Status, January 1st completed. Harry grinned. Unlock. Skill learned, Void Walker, level 1, you can now sense and interact with void constructs. The game had changed. And Harry just got the expansion pack. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Siege of Hogsmeade. Winter in Scotland was basically a massive graphics rendering issue where the developers just decided to turn the saturation down to 0 and crank the particle effects up to 11. Harry Potter stood at the gates of Hogwarts, his breath puffing out in white clouds that vanished instantly in the biting wind. Snow wasn't just falling, it was attacking horizontally. To anyone else, this was a miserable Saturday in mid-January. To Harry, it was a tactical environment with specific modifiers. Environmental effect, blizzard, visibility, reduced by 60%, movement speed, minus 15%, deep snow, temperature, minus 5 degrees Celsius, stamina drain increased by 10%, scarf check, Harry muttered, adjusting the heavy wool around his neck. It was an item Hermione had knitted, or rather, violently crocheted with magic, that gave a +5 cold resistance buff. Are you talking to your invisible menu again? Ron asked, shivering beside him. Ron looked like a sentient pile of coats. He was wearing 3 jumpers and a hat that looked like a dead badger. Just checking the weather stats, Harry said, tapping the side of his glasses. It's a good day for a grind. The cold keeps the casuals indoors. Harry, it's a Hogsmeade weekend, Hermione said, appearing from the crowd of students filing past Filch. She was wearing a sensible blue coat and carrying a clipboard, because of course she was. We're supposed to be relaxing. Drinking butterbeer. Looking at the Shrieking Shack from a safe distance. We are going to the Shrieking Shack, Harry corrected. But not to look. I need to drop off supplies for Snuffles. He patted the undetectable extension pocket of his jacket. Inside, he had 5 pounds of prime steak, a heated blanket, and a squeaky toy shaped like a Dementor that he'd bought from Zonko's as a joke. Right, Hermione lowered her voice. How is he? Bored, Harry said. His cabin fever meter is maxed out. He keeps trying to sneak into the castle as a dog to chase Mrs. Norris. I had to barricade the tunnel last night. Move along. Move along. Filch croaked, checking names off a list with suspicious glares. Harry stepped up. Filch sneered. Potter. I assume you'll be causing trouble today. Just buying candy, Mr. Filch, Harry smiled. Deception, 75. Filch grunted and waved him through. The walk to the village was treacherous. The path was slick with ice. Students were slipping and sliding, laughing as they fell. Harry didn't slip. His boots, dragonhide combat treads, had grip enchantments that let him walk up vertical walls if he put enough mana into them. He walked with a perfect, eerie stability. Neville was walking behind them, clutching a long, wrapped package. It was his sword. He never went anywhere without it now. The other students thought it was a walking stick or a weird umbrella. "You okay, Neville?" Harry asked over his shoulder. "Nervous," Neville admitted, scanning the tree line. "I keep thinking, what if they come back? The spiders?" "Then we squash them," Harry said simply. "You're level 16 now, Neville. You have shield bash. You're not prey anymore." Neville straightened up a bit. "Right. Not prey." Hogsmeade looked like a Christmas card on steroids. Thatched cottages with snow-covered roofs, golden light spilling from windows, and the smell of wood smoke and sugar in the air. It was idyllic. Harry hated it. Too many choke points. Too many civilians. The layout was a nightmare for crowd control. "Honeydukes first," Ron announced, his mood improving instantly at the smell of chocolate. "I need to stock up on pepper imps." They pushed into the sweet shop. It was packed. Harry bought a bag of glacial snowflakes, sweets that gave a temporary ice breath ability, and some exploding bonbons. "Hey, Harry," Ron said, mouth full of nougat. "Look at Malfoy." Draco Malfoy was outside, standing near the 3 broomsticks with Crabbe and Goyle. He wasn't sneering for once. He looked worried. He was arguing with an older Slytherin student. Harry focused. Skill, lip reading. "Father said don't go near the outskirts, something is happening, the master is angry." Harry's eyes narrowed. "Something's wrong," Harry said, dropping the bag of sweets into his inventory. "What? Did Malfoy insult you again?" Hermione asked, looking up from a display of sugar quills. "No," Harry said, moving to the window. "He's scared. Malfoy is never scared unless his dad tells him to be." Harry looked at the sky. The heavy gray clouds were churning. It looked like a normal storm, but Harry had, Void Walker, vision now. He saw it. Thin, purple veins were pulsing behind the clouds. Like varicose veins in the sky. The mana density in the air was dropping. Alert, ambient mana decreasing. Zone status, unstable. Threat detected, multiple. "Get out," Harry said. "What?" Ron asked. "Everyone out," Harry shouted. His voice was amplified by a sudden pulse of magic, silencing the shop. "Honeydukes is closed. Everyone to the main street. Now." "Mr. Potter," the shopkeeper shouted. "You can't just, boom." The world tilted. The explosion didn't come from a spell. It came from the ground. In the middle of the high street, the cobblestones erupted. A geyser of purple liquid shot into the air, freezing instantly into jagged black spikes. The screaming started immediately. From the crater in the road, figures emerged. They weren't Death Eaters in masks. They were monstrosities. They wore tattered black robes, but their bodies were encased in armor that looked like solidified oil. Their faces were blank, featureless ovals of obsidian. Enemy, Void Thrall, Warrior type, level, 35, weakness, physical trauma/light magic, immunity, curses, hexes, there were 10 of them. Then 20. Climbing out of the ground like ants from a disturbed nest. "Ron, get the first years into the 3 broomsticks." Harry barked, kicking the shop door open. "Hermione, notify the teachers." "Neville, with me." Harry sprinted into the snowy street. Chaos was absolute. Students were running in circles. A group of third years was cornered by two void thralls. One of the thralls raised a hand. It didn't hold a wand. Its arm morphed into a long, black blade. Stupefy. A jet of red light hit the thrall. It was cast by an older Ravenclaw student. The spell hit the black armor and vanished. Absorbed. The thrall didn't even flinch. It swung its blade arm. The Ravenclaw screamed. Clang. A metal bar interposed itself between the blade and the student. Harry Potter stood there. He was holding a wrought iron lamppost he had ripped out of the pavement a second ago. STR-60 was a beautiful thing. Pick on someone your own level, Harry growled. He swung the lamppost. It was a crude weapon, heavy and unbalanced, but Harry wielded it like a bow staff. The iron smashed into the thrall's head. Crunch. The obsidian helmet shattered. The thrall dissolved into black sludge. Kill confirmed. Plus 1200 XP, they're immune to magic. Harry shouted to the street. Use heavy objects. Throw rocks. Hit them with benches. Potter. Professor Flitwick came running out of the three broomsticks, his wand raised. Get back. Expulso. A blue curse flew at a group of thralls. It hit the lead one and fizzled out like a damp firework. Professor, stop. Harry yelled, parrying a strike from another thrall. Your magic feeds them. It's void energy. Physical damage only. Flitwick blinked, stunned. Physical. But I. The thralls charged the tiny professor. Neville. Tank. Harry ordered via the party chat. Neville Longbottom came charging out of the crowd. He wasn't scared anymore. He was terrified, yes, but he had a job to do. Protego Duo. Hermione screamed from a rooftop, casting a shield on Neville. Neville planted his feet. He raised his transfigured sword, which was now glowing with a faint blue light from Hermione's buff, and his shield. The three thralls slammed into Neville. He slid backward in the snow, digging furrows with his boots. He grunted, the impact rattling his teeth. Hold. Neville gasped. Holding. Hermione. Crowd control. Harry shouted, spinning his lamppost to decapitate another thrall. A puño. Hermione shrieked. She didn't aim at the enemies. She aimed at the display of icicles hanging from the roof of the Gladrags Wizardwear shop. Hundreds of razor-sharp icicles detached and flew like a swarm of arrows. They weren't magic, they were physical projectiles propelled by magic. Thwack 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 thwack. The icicles pierced the black armor of the thralls attacking Neville. They screeched, a sound like grinding glass. Now, Neville. Shield bash. Neville roared and slammed the edge of his shield into the face of the nearest stunned thrall. The creature stumbled back, falling into the crater. The battle lines were drawn. On one side, the teachers, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, were trying to adapt, transfiguring the cobblestones into lions and wolves to fight physically. On the other side, the void thralls were pouring out of the ground, seemingly endless. And in the middle, Harry Potter was dancing. He was a blur of movement. He abandoned the bent lamppost and switched to hand-to-hand combat. Skill, Monk's Palm, skill, mana reinforcement, his hands glowed with blue energy. He ducked under a black blade, stepped inside the thrall's guard, and palm-struck its chest. The impact sounded like a cannon shot. The kinetic energy shattered the thrall's core. Left flank collapsing. Sirius's voice came from the alleyway. A massive black dog leaped over a fence, tackling a thrall that was sneaking up on a Hufflepuff student. Padfoot tore the creature's arm off, shook it like a ragdoll, and tossed it aside. Good boy, Harry muttered. But the numbers were bad. Enemy count, 50+, civilian casualties, 0, current, panic level, critical, Harry. Ron shouted. He was on the roof of the post office, throwing actual bricks at the enemies. Big one coming. North End. Harry looked north. The space at the end of the village distorted. The air rippled and tore. A figure stepped out of the distortion. She was beautiful once. Now, she was a nightmare. Her long, black hair floated around her as if she were underwater. Her skin was pale, mapped with purple veins that pulsed in time with the heartbeat of the void. She wore a dress made of shadows. Bellatrix Lestrange. She didn't look insane anymore. She looked enlightened. "Itty bitty baby Potter," she cooed. Her voice was amplified, echoing off the mountains. "Playing with your toys." Warning, mini-boss detected, name, Bellatrix the Void touched, level, 58, abilities, gravity manipulation, void spikes, madness aura. Harry stopped fighting the thralls. He dropped a thrall he was holding by the neck. "Neville, Hermione, hold the line here," Harry commanded. "Don't let the mobs pass. I've got the boss." "She's level 58, Harry," Hermione shouted, checking her own HUD, which Harry had shared with her via a temporary party link. "That's suicide." "I'm level 49, Harry said, cracking his knuckles. "And I have double XP active. If I kill her, I hit the cap." Harry walked down the center of the high street. The snow melted around his boots. Bellatrix smiled. She raised a hand. The snow around her lifted, turned black, and formed into hundreds of needles. "The Dark Lord sends his regards," she whispered. She flicked her wrist. The black needles fired. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his hand. Skill, telekinesis, master level, he didn't block the needles. He stopped them. Hundreds of black spikes froze in mid-air, inches from Harry's face. He held them there with his mind, his will clashing against hers. "Return to sender," Harry grunted. He thrust his hand forward. The needles spun around and shot back at Bellatrix. She laughed. It was a high, manic sound. She didn't move. A bubble of purple energy expanded around her. The needles hit the bubble and dissolved. "Is that all?" she mocked. "Physics. How quaint." She clapped her hands. "Gravity inversion." Harry felt his stomach drop. The gravity under his feet reversed. He fell upward. He shot into the sky, flailing. Whoa! Harry twisted in the air. He was falling toward the clouds. "Have a nice flight." Bellatrix cackled. Harry looked down. He was 200 feet up and climbing. "Think," Harry hissed. "Gravity is just a value. Modify the value." Skill, feather fall, ineffective against void gravity. Skill, fly, locked. Fine. Brute force it is. Harry aimed his wand at the ground far below. Accio chimney. He targeted a massive stone chimney on a cottage roof. The chimney ripped loose. Harry grabbed it as it flew up toward him. He hugged the heavy stones. The added mass fought the gravity spell. He slowed down. Redirect. Harry used the chimney as an anchor. He spun in the air, using kinetic dampening to absorb the G-force, and hurled himself back down at the ground, riding the chimney like a drop pod. He plummeted toward Bellatrix. She looked up, her eyes widening. "What?" "Delivery!" Harry yelled. He rode the stone chimney down. Just before impact, he leaped off. The chimney smashed into Bellatrix's shield. Boom! The impact cratered the street. Snow and dirt exploded outward. The purple shield shattered like glass. Bellatrix was thrown backward, tumbling through the snow. She slammed into the wall of scribulous writing implements. Harry landed in a crouch, his hand on the ground to steady himself. 200 HP from impact. He stood up slowly. Bellatrix pulled herself out of the rubble. She was bleeding black ichor from a cut on her forehead. She looked furious. "You brat," she hissed. "You dare touch me?" She screamed. The sound wasn't human. It was a void scream. A shockwave of pure force ripped up the cobblestones. The buildings on either side of the street began to collapse. "Harry!" Hermione screamed from down the street. "Get back!" Harry yelled. He couldn't dodge this. The AoE was too wide. System alert, incoming massive damage. Recommendation, evasion. "No," Harry said. "Block." He slammed his hands together. Mana dump, 4000 MP, spell, Aegis of the Titan. It was a spell he'd learned from a dusty tome in the restricted section. It created a solid wall of golden light. The void shockwave hit the wall. The world went white. Harry felt his bones rattling. His boots dug trenches in the frozen earth as he was pushed back. Inch by inch. The golden wall cracked. "Hold." Harry gritted his teeth. "Hold." The shockwave passed. The shops on either side were gone, flattened into timber and dust. But the street behind Harry? Untouched. Neville, Hermione, and the students were safe. Harry dropped his hands. He was panting. His mana bar was flashing red. Low mana warning. Bellatrix stood amidst the ruins of Hogsmeade. She was glowing now, purple fire consuming her dress. She was charging up something big. A ball of black energy was forming between her hands. It was the size of a beach ball and growing. "The void eats all," she chanted. "No shields. No hope." Harry reached into his inventory. He pulled out a potion. Instant mana restore, max. It tasted like battery acid, but his MP bar shot back to full. "Okay," Harry said. "You want to play destruction? Let's play." He looked around. The wreckage of the village. The wood, the stone, the metal. System, Harry thought. Activate skill, Poltergeist Storm. It was a telekinetic ultimate ability. It allowed him to control multiple objects simultaneously. Harry raised both arms. Around him, the debris began to float. A wooden beam. A jagged rock. A smashed cauldron. Hundreds of items lifted into the air. Bellatrix stared at him. Quantity over quality. Useless. She threw the black sphere. It sailed toward him, sucking the light out of the air. "Not quantity," Harry said, his eyes glowing green. "Velocity." He swung his arms forward. The storm of debris didn't just fly, it accelerated to the speed of bullets. A rock hit the black sphere and vanished. A beam hit it and vanished. But there was too much debris. Thousands of objects bombarded the sphere. The void energy couldn't consume it fast enough. The sphere destabilized. Pop. The black sphere imploded harmlessly. Bellatrix gasped. "And now for you," Harry said. The remaining debris, tons of it, flew at her. She tried to shield, but it was relentless. A stone hit her shoulder. A beam smashed her knee. She was battered, bruised, and pushed back. "Enough," she shrieked. She raised her hands to the sky. The clouds swirled. She was summoning a portal. She was going to bring a void beast down on them. "Oh no you don't," Harry said. He needed to end this. Now. He looked at the shrieking shack. It sat on a hill overlooking the village. It was old, rotting, and heavy. "Physics check," Harry muttered. He focused his entire will on the shack. Target, shrieking shack, mass, 40 tons, structural integrity, 12%, system. Gravitational pull. Target, Bellatrix. Harry didn't pull the shack to him. He pulled the shack to her. The entire building groaned. The foundation snapped. Bellatrix looked up. Her eyes went wide. The shrieking shack, iconic landmark of Hogsmeade, lifted off its hill. It flew through the air, trailing snow and rotting wood. "Catch," Harry whispered. He slammed his hands down. The house fell. It crashed directly onto Bellatrix Lestrange. Crash. The sound was deafening. The ground jumped. A cloud of dust and snow billowed out, covering the entire end of the village. Silence descended. The Void Thralls, sensing their leader was incapacitated, faltered. They stopped moving. "Push them back." McGonagall shouted, seizing the moment. She transfigured the snow into a pack of ice wolves that tore into the frozen thralls. Harry stood alone in the street, staring at the pile of timber that used to be the shrieking shack. He walked forward slowly. His wand was drawn. The pile shifted. A hand, blackened and broken, reached out from the rubble. Harry stopped 5 feet away. Bellatrix pulled herself halfway out. She was crushed. Her lower body was pinned under the main roof beam. Her void armor was shattered. The purple glow in her veins was dim, flickering like a dying light bulb. She looked up at Harry. There was no fear in her eyes. Only hate. And something else. Amusement. "You broke the toy house," she rasped, coughing up black blood. "Game over, Bella," Harry said cold. "Game." She laughed, a wet, gurgling sound. "This isn't a game, little boy. The board has flipped." She reached for her neck. She grabbed a necklace. It was a small, obsidian skull. "He is coming," she whispered. "For the castle. For the core." She crushed the skull. Her body didn't die. It dissolved. Like the thralls, she turned into black sludge. It seeped into the ground, vanishing instantly. Enemy defeated, Bellatrix Lestrange, clone/avatar, XP gained, 20,000, note, main body not found. Avatar. Harry stared at the notification. She wasn't even here. "I dropped a house on a remote-controlled puppet." Harry swore loudly. He kicked a piece of rubble. The dust began to settle. Harry turned around. The street was lined with students and teachers. They weren't cheering. They were staring. Professor McGonagall had a hand over her mouth. Flitwick looked pale. The students looked at Harry with eyes wide with terror. Harry realized what he looked like. He was covered in black dust and blood. His clothes were torn. He was standing amidst the ruins of half the village. He had just telekinetically thrown a building. This wasn't wizard magic. This was something else. "Harry." Hermione stepped forward. She looked scared. Not of the battle, but of him. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry looked at his hands. They were still trembling with the aftershocks of the magic dump. "I'm fine," Harry said. His voice sounded hollow. "You destroyed the shack," Ron whispered, walking up beside Hermione. "Mate. You leveled the shack." "It was tactical," Harry said defensively. "I had to." "Potter." Professor McGonagall approached. She walked stiffly. She looked at the devastation. She looked at the crater where the chimney had hit. "We will discuss the damages later," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "But, you saved the students. For that. 50 points to Gryffindor." It felt hollow. Points didn't matter when the enemy could remote pilot boss monsters. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air. It wasn't a sound. It was a notification. But everyone heard it. Ding! A massive blue screen appeared in the sky, hovering over the burning ruins of Hogsmeade. It wasn't Harry's private UI. It was a server announcement. Everyone looked up. Announcement from admin, Voldemort. The text scrolled across the sky in flaming purple letters. You fight well, Harry Potter. But you fight for a broken system. The walls of your reality are thin. Bring me the key. Or I will delete the save file. Message ends, the screen flickered and vanished. Silence returned. Heavier than before. He's communicating through the interface, Harry whispered. He knows. He knows about the system. The save file? Neville asked, his voice trembling. What does that mean? It means everyone, Harry said grimly. He turned to the teachers. Get the students back to the castle, Harry ordered. He didn't ask, he commanded. And McGonagall didn't argue. Lock down the gates. Activate the stone soldiers. This was a probe. The real attack is coming. Where are you going? Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry looked at the horizon, where the sun was setting behind purple bruised clouds. I have a quest, Harry said. And I need to grind. He shook her hand off gently and walked away, toward the path to Hogwarts. The students parted for him, terrified. He walked alone. Current level, 49, XP to level 50, 5000, quest updated, the war for reality. Harry Potter was winning the battles. But he was starting to wonder if he was losing the war for his own humanity. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Ministry Falls, current location, Hogwarts Castle, Gryffindor Tower, time, 6 a.m., Monday, world status, unstable, server decay, 12%, Harry Potter sat cross-legged on the rug in a common room, staring at a piece of toast that he was currently levitating with his mind. He wasn't using a wand. He wasn't using a verbal incantation. He was just using pure, unadulterated willpower and a mana stat that was starting to look like a phone number. Rotate, Harry whispered. The toast spun. Velocity check. The toast accelerated, blurring into a disk of whole wheat destruction. Harry, stop playing with your breakfast, Hermione Granger said, creating a breeze as she slammed a stack of books onto the table. She looked like she hadn't slept in a week. Her hair was a sentient bush of frizz, and her eyes were scanning 3 different parchments at once. It's not play, Hermione, Harry said, letting the toast drop onto a plate with a clatter. It's fine-tuning. My control stats are lagging behind my raw power. If I don't balance them, next time I try to stun someone, I might accidentally liquidate their central nervous system. Well, you might need that liquidation, Ron Weasley mumbled from the sofa. He was polishing his wand, a new one Harry had bought him, Willow, 14 inches, unicorn hair core, with a frantic energy. Dad sent a message via the coin. The ministry is going crazy. Fudge is sacking people left and right. Anyone who says the word void gets a pink slip. Harry tapped his HUD. Quest alert, the minister's gambit, objective, respond to the ministry summons. Difficulty, hard, rewards, 50,000 XP, title, enemy of the state, loot box, legendary, ... Speak of the devil, Harry said, looking toward the portrait hole. The portrait swung open. Professor McGonagall stepped in. She didn't look stern today. She looked tired. Her usually tight bun was fraying, and she was gripping a scroll so hard the parchment was crinkling. Potter, she said. Her voice was tight. You have a visitor. In the headmaster's office. You are to go immediately. Is it Fudge? Harry asked, standing up and brushing crumbs off his combat trousers. It is the minister, McGonagall confirmed. And he has brought escorts. Harry, please be careful. The atmosphere in the castle is fragile. If you provoke him. Professor, Harry smiled, equipping his dragonhide jacket +5. I never provoke anyone. I just finish the fights they start. He turned to his team. Hermione, monitor the map. If the dots in the Ministry start turning red, you lock this castle down. Ron, get Neville. Drill the DA, Dumbledore's army, on shield walls. If I'm not back in 3 hours, assume I'm in a dungeon instance and grinding. Harry, take the cloak, Hermione urged. Don't need it, Harry said, checking his inventory. Potions, 20. Throwing knives, 50. Exploding decoys, 10. I want them to see me coming. The headmaster's office. The office was usually a place of whimsical contraptions and sleeping portraits. Today, it felt like a courtroom. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. He looked ancient. His hand, the one that had touched the ring in another timeline, but was currently just arthritic, rested on a report detailing the destruction of Hogsmeade. Cornelius Fudge stood by the fireplace. He was wearing a lime green bowler hat that clashed horribly with the purple veins of stress throbbing in his forehead. Flanking him were 2 Aurors. One was a tall, black man with a gold earring and a calm, dangerous aura. Kingsley Shacklebolt, level 52, Auror Captain. The other was a lion-looking man with tawny hair and yellow eyes. Rufus Scrimgeour, level 55, head of Auror Office. Ah, Potter, Fudge barked as Harry entered. Finally. We don't have all day. Harry didn't bow. He didn't look nervous. He walked into the room like he owned the building, pulled up a chintzy armchair, and sat down. Morning, Minister, Harry said. Nice hat. Gives you a real, dictator in denial, vibe. Watch your tongue, boy. Fudge spluttered. I am here to discuss the incident in Hogsmeade. And the unauthorized broadcast that appeared in the sky. You mean Voldemort's DM to the server? Harry asked. Do not speak that name. Fudge shrieked. He spun to Dumbledore. See, Albus? The boy is delusional. He orchestrates a display of dark magic, destroys half a village, and then claims he who must not be named is hacking the sky. I saw the void creatures, Cornelius, Dumbledore said softly. I saw the blackened earth. That was not Harry's magic. It was a trick. Fudge waved his hands. Smoke and mirrors. Potter has been studying dark arts. Look at him. He radiates violence. Harry looked at his stats. Aura of dominance, on. Yeah, fair point. So, what's the plan, Cornelius? Harry asked, crossing his legs. You here to give me a medal for saving your voters? Or are you here to arrest me for noise complaints? Fudge straightened his robes. He tried to look authoritative, but he just looked sweaty. Harry James Potter, Fudge announced. You are hereby summoned to the Ministry of Magic for an emergency disciplinary hearing regarding the violation of the Statute of Secrecy, the destruction of historical property, and the use of restricted combat magic by a minor. Scrimgeour stepped forward. He looked at Harry with professional interest, analyzing the boy like a weapon. You will surrender your wand, Mr. Potter, Scrimgeour rasped. Standard procedure. Harry looked at Scrimgeour. He smiled. No. The room temperature dropped. Refusal to surrender a wand is a resisting arrest charge, Kingsley said, his deep voice rumbling. He didn't reach for his own wand, but his muscles tensed. I'm not resisting, Harry said calmly. I'm declining. My wand is bound to me. You take it, it explodes. Security feature. I coded it last week. That was a lie. Deception check, passed. Fudge looked nervous. Fine. Fine. Keep the stick. But you come with us. Now. The flow is connected. Harry stood up. He looked at Dumbledore. Headmaster, Harry said. Keep the wards up. If the ministry falls while I'm gone, don't let any refugees in without a screening. Void corruption hides in the eyes. The ministry will not fall. Fudge roared, throwing powder into the fire. The ministry is eternal. Harry stepped into the green flames. Eternal, Harry muttered as he spun away. That's what Rome thought too. The Ministry of Magic, the atrium traveling by flu usually made people stumble. Harry exited the grate in the ministry atrium with a perfect three-point landing, dust not even settling on his boots. He stood up and scanned the zone. Location discovered, Ministry of Magic HQ, zone level, 40 to 60, population, high, security, high, compromised. The atrium was busy. Wizards and witches were rushing to work, clutching briefcases. Paper airplanes zoomed overhead. But something was off. Harry triggered, void sight. The golden tiles of the floor were pulsing. Faint, purple veins ran through the mortar like a sickness. The fountain of magical brethren, the golden statues of the wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf, looked wrong. The water flowing from them was slightly dark. Corrupted texture files, Harry whispered. The virus is already in the system. Fudge stumbled out of the fireplace behind him, brushing ash off his suit. Scrimgeour and Kingsley followed, flanking Harry instantly. Move, Scrimgeour ordered. Elevators. They marched him through the crowd. People stopped and stared. Is that Potter? He looks older. I heard he blew up Hogsmeade. Harry ignored the NPCs. He was mapping the exits. South corridor, blocked by security checkpoint. North corridor, maintenance access. Ceiling, enchanted glass, breakable. They packed into a golden elevator. It rattled downward. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the cool female voice announced. We are going down, Fudge said nervously. Level 10. Courtrooms. Harry raised an eyebrow. Going for the full criminal trial experience. I'm flattered. It is a hearing. Fudge snapped. The elevator rattled down. Past the Department of Mysteries. Past the warm, humming levels of the offices. Down into the cold, stone roots of London. Ping. The doors opened. The corridor was dark, lit only by flickering torches. Walk, Kingsley said gently. They led him to courtroom 10. The heavy iron door groaned as it opened. Inside, it wasn't just a hearing. It was a full Wisengamot session. 50 wizards and witches in plum-colored robes sat in high stands looking down at a single chair in the center of the room. The chair had chains. Sit, Fudge commanded, taking his place at the podium. Harry walked to the chair. The chains rattled, sensing a prisoner. They tried to wrap around his wrists. Harry flexed his wrists. Skill, aura flare. A burst of raw mana pushed the chains back. They rattled and went limp, intimidated. Harry sat down comfortably, resting his arms on the armrests. Let's get this started, Harry said, his voice projecting without a wand. I have a raid at 5 p.m. A murmur went through the court. A toad-like woman in a pink cardigan sitting near Fudge looked at him with wide, bulging eyes. Dolores Umbridge. Enemy detected, Dolores Umbridge, level, 35, class, bureaucrat/sadist, threat, annoying, disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, Fudge boomed. Into the offenses of Harry James Potter. Interrogators, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, Amelia Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Fudge looked down at Harry with a triumphant sneer. The charges are as follows, that on the 2nd of August, you knowingly and deliberately cast a destructive spell in a residential area. That you incited panic. That you are currently in possession of unauthorized magical modifications to your own body. Modifications? Harry asked. Your eyes. Umbridge squeaked. Her voice was girlish and sickening. They glow, Mr. Potter. Normal eyes do not glow. It's a HUD, Harry said. You wouldn't understand. Can we skip to the part where you try to arrest me and I prove your government is obsolete? Obsolete. Fudge slammed his fist down. I am the minister. I run this world. You run a spreadsheet, Cornelius, Harry said, standing up. And it's full of errors. Harry pointed up. Not at the ceiling of the dungeon, but through it. There is a Void Lord sitting in Albania, well, actually, he's probably moving his base to Malfoy Manor right now, who is eating reality. He sent a message to the entire planet yesterday. And you're here, putting me on trial for throwing a house at a terrorist. There is no Void Lord. Fudge screamed. He is dead. He is a virus. Harry shouted back. And he has admin access. Enough. Amelia Bones, a stern-looking woman with a monocle, banged her gavel. Mr. Potter, these claims are extreme. Do you have proof? Proof? Harry laughed. Madam Bones, check the ambient mana levels in the atrium. Check the Flu network logs. Why are the fires burning colder? Why are your patron uses flickering? Bones frowned. She looked at her wand. Arrest him. Fudge yelled. He is spreading sedition. Scrimgeour. Seize him. Scrimgeour stepped into the light. He looked reluctant, but he was a man of duty. He drew his wand. Mr. Potter, Scrimgeour said. Come quietly. Harry looked at the 50 wizards in the stands. He looked at the Aurors flanking him. Combat encounter initiated, objectives, survive. Do not kill non-combatants. Dismantle the ministry. I don't do quiet, Harry said. He moved. Scrimgeour fired a stunner. Stupefy. Harry didn't block. He sidestepped. The red bolt missed him by a millimeter. Dodge chance, 99%. Harry closed the distance. He grabbed Scrimgeour's wand arm. Disarm. Harry didn't use a spell. He just squeezed. Crack. Scrimgeour grunted, dropping his wand. Harry spun him around, using the head Auror as a human shield. Expelliarmus. Kingsley fired from the doorway. The spell hit Scrimgeour's back. The lion fell, stunned by his own deputy. Sorry, Rufus, Harry muttered. The Wizengamot erupted. Spells began to rain down from the stands. Stunners, binding curses, tripping jinxes. Harry raised his hand. Skill, gravity well, he clenched his fist. In the center of the room, gravity intensified by 500%. The spells flying toward him curved downward, slamming into the stone floor. The wizards in the stands were pulled forward, pinned against the railing. Fudge was flattened against his podium, his bowler hat crushed. Stop! Amelia Bones shouted, struggling to lift her head. I'm trying to save you. Harry yelled over the groaning of the stone structure. You're fighting me while the real enemy is walking through your front door. As if on cue, the lights went out. Not just the torches. The magical ambient light died. Pitch blackness. Then, a sound. Thrum thrum thrum. It sounded like a heartbeat. A massive, slow heartbeat resonating through the stone. The torches flared back to life. But the fire wasn't orange. It was purple. System alert, zone corrupted. Invasion detected. Enemy faction, the Void. The heavy iron doors of the courtroom blew inward. They didn't swing open, they crumpled like tin foil. Standing in the doorway was not an Auror. It was Lucius Malfoy. But like Bellatrix, he was wrong. His skin was translucent, showing purple energy pumping underneath. His silver cane was gone, replaced by a staff made of twisted black bone. Behind him stood a dozen figures in the same obsidian armor Harry had seen at Hogsmeade. "The trial is over," Lucius said. His voice was smooth, but it had a metallic echo. "The sentencing begins." Fudge stared, paralyzed. "Lucius? What is the meaning of this?" Lucius looked up at the minister. "Your resignation, Cornelius." "Accepted." Lucius raised the bone staff. A beam of purple light shot toward the minister's podium. "Protego." Harry cast. He wasn't saving Fudge because he liked him. He was saving him because he needed a witness. Harry's shield, a shimmering blue wall, intercepted the purple beam. The collision shook the room. "Potter," Lucius sneered. "Always interfering." "Lucius," Harry greeted, stepping over Scrimgeour's unconscious body. "You look terrible. Have you tried moisturizing? The void really dries out the pores." "Kill him," Lucius ordered the thralls. The armored figures surged forward. "Weisengamot!" Harry shouted to the terrified court. "If you want to live, aim for the joints. Physical damage only. Magic doesn't work." Harry charged. He met the first thrall in the center of the pit. He slid on his knees, dodging a black blade, and uppercut the creature with a fist reinforced by stone skin. The thrall's head snapped back, helmet shattering. "Confringo!" Amelia Bones shouted. She was quick. She aimed not at the thralls, but at the ceiling above them. Chunks of stone rained down, crushing two of the invaders. "Smart!" Harry yelled. "Keep doing that." The courtroom became a brawl. Harry was a whirlwind. He was using everything: telekinesis to throw benches, gravity manipulation to trip enemies, and raw strength to punch through armor. But more were coming. They were pouring into the hallway. "We're overrun!" Kingsley shouted, firing a banishing charm that knocked a thrall back a few feet. "Potter, we need to retreat to the atrium. We can't hold this bottleneck." "Agreed," Harry said. He grabbed Fudge by the collar of his robes. "You're coming with me, Minister. Time to see the real world. Unhand me." Fudge squealed. Harry ignored him. "Amelia, Kingsley. Get the others to the lifts. Move." They fought their way out of the dungeon. It was a retreat, but a fighting one. Harry covered the rear, casting Wall of Force to seal the corridor behind them. They piled into the elevators. Level 8, Harry commanded the lift. "Atrium." "Why the atrium?" Kingsley asked, wiping blood from his forehead. "That's the kill zone." "Because that's where the exit is," Harry said. "And that's where the loot is." "Loot? Never mind." The elevator shot up. The atrium, the fall. When the doors opened, Harry realized he had underestimated the scale of the attack. The atrium was a war zone. The golden floor was shattered. The enchanted ceiling, which usually showed the weather, was gone. In its place was a swirling vortex of purple clouds. Void ships, small, jagged skiffs made of black stone, were descending from the vortex. They were dropping void thralls directly into the ministry. The fountain of magical brethren was destroyed. In its place stood a massive pylon of obsidian, pulsing with a rhythm that made Harry's teeth ache. It was pumping void energy into the ley lines of the building. "My ministry," Fudge whispered. He sank to his knees in the elevator. It's gone." "Not gone," Harry said, checking his mana. MP 3 200/6 500. Just under new management. The atrium was filled with screaming employees running from the thralls. Aurors were fighting back, but their spells were bouncing off the black armor. "They're being slaughtered," Kingsley said, his face hardening. "We have to help them." "We can't save the building, Kingsley," Harry said grimly. "We need to save the key personnel. Grab anyone you can. Head for the fireplaces. If the flue is blocked, we blow the wall." "Blow the wall." "Explosives," Harry said. "Muggle style." Harry stepped out of the elevator. "Hey," he roared. "Aggro shout." He amplified his voice to 120 decibels. "Over here, you glitchy freaks." Every void thrall in the atrium turned to look at him. "That's right," Harry grinned, drawing his wand and a goblin-forged dagger from his inventory. "Eyes on the tank." Harry sprinted toward the central pylon. A void skiff swooped down, its pilot firing purple energy bolts. Harry slid across the floor, dodging the fire. Agility, 75. He reached the base of the pylon. He slapped a handful of runes onto the black stone. Bombarda sequence. Activate. Boom. The runes detonated. It didn't destroy the pylon, but it cracked it. The pulsing rhythm faltered. "He's attacking the anchor." Lucius Malfoy's voice echoed from one of the skiffs hovering above. "Stop him." 3 skiffs dove at Harry. Harry looked up. He didn't have a broom. But he had physics. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry cast. Not on himself. On the debris around him. He created a cloud of floating rubble. He jumped onto a large slab of marble. "Surf's up." He used banishing charms behind him to propel the slab forward. He was surfing on a piece of the ministry floor, flying through the air. He rammed the first skiff. Crash. The stone slab shattered the fragile void craft. The pilot tumbled out, falling to the floor below. Harry leaped to the second skiff. He landed behind the pilot, a corrupted wizard. Harry kicked him off. "I'm commandeering this vehicle," Harry said. He grabbed the controls. It wasn't a steering wheel, it was a neural interface. The void whispers tried to enter his mind. Submit, mute, Harry thought. Gamer's mind, blocked. He flew the skiff in a loop, firing its own purple cannons at the thralls on the ground. Friendly fire. Harry laughed maniacally. Or, unfriendly fire. On the ground, Kingsley and Amelia Bones were rallying the survivors. They had formed a defensive circle near the fireplaces. "Potter!" Kingsley shouted up at him. "The flue is locked. The fires are dead." Harry looked at the massive fireplaces. They were filled with cold, black ash. "The pylon is jamming the signal." Harry realized. "I have to destroy it completely." Harry turned the skiff toward the obsidian monolith. Ramming speed. He jammed the throttle forward. The skiff accelerated. Harry stood up on the seat. Abandoned ship. He leaped off the skiff just as it collided with the pylon. Kaboom! The explosion was massive. The void energy in the skiff reacted with the void energy in the pylon. A shockwave of white light obliterated the center of the atrium. Harry fell through the air, flailing. Arresto momentum. He slowed down just enough to not die, landing hard on a pile of rubble. 300 HP. He looked up. The pylon was crumbling. The purple veins in the floor were fading. Whoosh! The fireplaces roared back to life with emerald green flames. "Go!" Harry screamed at the survivors. "Get out! To Hogwarts!" Kingsley started shoving people into the fires. "Hogwarts! Go! Go!" Fudge was standing there, staring at the ruins. I can't leave. I am the minister." "You're a corpse if you stay," Harry grabbed him. He threw the Minister of Magic into the fireplace like a sack of potatoes. Hogwarts. Harry watched as the atrium emptied. The Aurors, the clerks, the civilians. They were escaping. But the void wasn't done. The vortex in the ceiling churned. A massive hand, made of shadow and starlight, began to push through. It was big. The size of a building. Warning, boss incoming. Entity, avatar of the abyss. Level. Okay, Harry panted. That's my cue. He turned to run for the fireplace. Harry. Harry stopped. He looked back. Albus Dumbledore was standing at the entrance to the atrium. He had arrived. The old wizard stood tall, his robes billowing in the magical wind. He held the Elder Wand. He looked at the massive hand descending from the ceiling. He looked at the ruined ministry. Professor. Harry yelled. We're leaving. The zone is lost. Dumbledore looked at Harry. For a second, he looked infinitely sad. The government has fallen, Dumbledore murmured. The statue is broken. We build a new one, Harry said, running to him. Professor, we have to go. That hand? That's not a spell. That's a literal god trying to fingerflick London. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You are right. Strategy dictates retreat. Dumbledore raised his wand. He didn't cast a spell at the hand. He cast a spell at the entire atrium. Fidelius Obscura. A massive cloud of grey fog erupted from his wand, covering their escape. Into the fire, Harry, Dumbledore commanded. They jumped into the green flames together. As Harry spun away, he saw the massive shadow hand crush the elevators where he had stood seconds ago. Hogwarts Castle, the Great Hall. The fireplaces in the Great Hall were spitting out people every second. Soot-covered wizards, crying witches, injured Aurors. Madame Pomfrey was running a triage center on the Ravenclaw table. McGonagall was directing traffic. Harry stumbled out of the hearth, coughing ash. Dumbledore followed gracefully. The Great Hall was chaos. Quiet. Harry shouted. Nobody heard him. Harry pulled his wand. He pointed it at his throat. Sonorous. Shut up. The amplified voice shook the dust off the rafters. The hall went silent instantly. Harry cancelled the spell. He climbed onto the Gryffindor table. He looked at the crowd. He saw Fudge cowering near the staff table. He saw Kingsley bandaging his arm. He saw Scrimgeour, awake now, looking furious and lost. Listen to me. Harry addressed the room. The ministry has fallen. London is compromised. If you are here, you are safe. The wards of Hogwarts are ancient, and we are reinforcing them. Who put you in charge, Potter? A random ministry official shouted. Harry looked at him. The fact that I'm the only one who knows how to kill the things that just kicked your ass, Harry said coldly. He turned to Dumbledore. Professor, Harry said. We need to initiate Protocol Zero. Protocol Zero? Dumbledore blinked. I am unaware of such a protocol. I made it up, Harry admitted. It means we militarize the school. No more classes. We turn this castle into a fortress. We train the students. We train the refugees. We prepare for a siege. Fudge stood up, trembling. You can't do that. I am the minister. I demand. Scrimgeour stepped forward. He put a heavy hand on Fudge's shoulder. Cornelius, Scrimgeour growled. Shut up. Scrimgeour looked at Harry. He looked at the glowing eyes, the confident stance, the sheer power radiating off the boy. The Aurors are disorganized, Scrimgeour said. We lost half our numbers in the retreat. We have no HQ. You have one now, Harry said. Welcome to Hogwarts Forward Operating Base. Harry jumped down from the table. He walked over to Hermione, who was waiting with a map. "Status?" Harry asked. "Wards are at 100%, Hermione said, her voice steady though her hands shook. "But Harry, the global mana levels. They're dropping. The void is eating the magic of the world." "I know," Harry said. He looked out the window. The sun was setting, and the purple bruise in the sky was spreading. Quest complete, the Ministry falls. XP gained, 100,000. Level up. Harry Potter is now level 50. System unlocked, Master Class. New skill tree available, Warlord. Harry swiped the notification away. He didn't feel like celebrating. "He's coming for the core," Harry whispered to Hermione. "Bellatrix said it. He wants the magic source of the castle." "Then we make him pay for every inch of ground," Hermione said fiercely. Harry smiled. It was a grim, tired smile. "That's the spirit." He turned back to the room. "Get some rest, everyone," Harry called out. "Tomorrow, boot camp starts. And if anyone sees a rat, kill it on sight." Harry walked out of the Great Hall, Dumbledore watching him go. The torch had been passed. The boy who lived was gone. The boy who conquered was just getting started. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Battle of the Ley Lines, Location, Hogwarts Castle, The Great Hall, FOB Alpha, Time, 1400 hours, Tuesday, World Status, Critical, Void Corruption at 25%, the Great Hall didn't smell like roast beef and pumpkin juice anymore. It smelled like ozone, sweating teenagers, and the acrid tang of melting iron. The 4 long house tables were gone. In their place was a chaotic sprawl of tactical maps, weapon racks, and alchemy stations. The enchanted ceiling, which usually displayed a polite reflection of the weather outside, was currently showing a real-time tactical overlay of the castle grounds, courtesy of Harry hacking the castle's wards and projecting the data feed upwards. Red dots were massing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Thousands of them. Harry Potter stood at the high table, now the command desk, watching the red tide swell. He wasn't wearing school robes. He was decked out in a full set of Void Stalker armor, legendary, he'd crafted over the last 24 hours using the blackened carapace of the spiders and the obsidian from the Ministry pylon. It was matte black, absorbed light, and hummed with a low, dangerous frequency. "Mana reserves?" Harry barked, not looking away from the ceiling. Hermione Granger was to his right, her hair tied back in a messy bun that screamed sleep deprivation. She was cross-referencing 3 floating clipboards. "Ley lines are active," she reported, her voice hoarse. "The Ravenclaw Tower capacitor is at 98%. Hufflepuff basement is holding at 92%. We've rerouted the heating charms from the dungeons to the outer shield generator. It's going to be freezing down there, but the barrier density is up by 40%. "Good trade," Harry nodded. "Snape can freeze. We need the shields." Mr. Potter, Rufus Scrimgeour stepped up to the table. The former head Auror looked rough. His lion mane hair was matted, and he was leaning heavily on a transfigured cane. "My Aurors are reporting movement near the Black Lake. The giant squid is agitated." "It's not agitated, Rufus, it's terrified," Harry corrected, tapping a rune on the table. The ceiling map zoomed in on the lake. "The void doesn't swim, it sinks. If they come from the water, they'll be walking on the bottom. Tell the Mare people to evacuate to the plumbing network. I don't want them engaged." "You cannot simply order the Mare people." "I can and I did," Harry cut him off. "I bribed them with 500 pounds of fish and a shiny mirror. They're gone. Now, deploy your squad to the viaduct entrance. You're the second line of defense." Scrimgeour grit his teeth. It clearly pained him to take orders from a 13-year-old who treated war like a resource management simulation, but he'd seen Harry throw a building. He nodded and limped away. Harry looked at his HUD. Quest, the Siege of Hogwarts, Objective, Defend the Core. Time until Wave 1, 15 minutes, enemy strength, overwhelming. 15 minutes, Harry announced. His voice was amplified by the sonorous charm woven into his collar. Everyone, listen up. The noise in the hall died instantly. Students, teachers, refugees, they all turned to the high table. Harry looked at them. They were terrified. Some were first years clutching wands they barely knew how to use. Some were ministry officials who looked ready to faint. The enemy is at the gates, Harry said calmly. They don't feel pain. They don't feel fear. And they don't negotiate. They are code errors in reality, and we are the patch. He pointed to the Gryffindor team standing near the weapon racks. Neville. Front and center. Neville Longbottom stepped forward. He was wearing a patchwork suit of armor made from transfigured cauldron bottoms. He looked ridiculous and absolutely terrifying. He held his sword in one hand and a heavy tower shield in the other. You are the anvil, Harry said. You hold the courtyard. Nothing gets past you. If a void thrall so much as looks at the doors, you shield bash its face in. Understood? They won't pass, Neville said. His voice didn't shake. His confidence stat had finally caught up to his strength. Fred, George, Harry pointed to the twins, who were standing on top of a pile of crates. They were holding what looked like modified potato cannons. Air support, Harry ordered. Get to the astronomy tower. Those cannons are loaded with flashbang and incendio rounds. If it flies, you ground it. Roger that, boss, Fred saluted. We'll clip their wings, George added grimly. Harry turned to the teachers. McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout. Professors, you are the artillery. Flitwick, I want, reducto, volleys on my signal. Sprout, release the mandrakes if they breach the perimeter. McGonagall, do the thing. McGonagall's lips thinned into a smile. The statues are ready, Potter. Pyre Totem Locomotor has been optimized. Excellent. Harry vaulted over the table. He landed with a heavy thud, the floor cracking slightly under his boots. I will hold the viaduct bridge, Harry said. Solo. Harry. Hermione grabbed his arm. That's the main choke point. There will be thousands of them. You can't hold it alone. I need the XP, Harry lied. He looked at her. Hermione, your command. You run the logic. If I fall back, you blow the bridge. Do not hesitate. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded. She was a Gryffindor, but she was also the smartest witch in the room. She knew the math. Don't die, she whispered. Or I'll fail you in arithmancy. Deal. Harry turned to the massive oak doors. Open the gates. Location, the viaduct bridge, time, 14 hours, the wind on the bridge was screaming. It was a narrow strip of stone suspended over a 1,000-foot drop into the ravine. On one side, the majestic stone of Hogwarts. On the other, the dark, twisting path leading from the mountains. Harry walked to the center of the bridge. He stood there, the wind whipping his cloak. He cracked his neck. Status check, HP, 6500/6500 MP, 8000/8000 buffs, home field advantage, plus 20% mana regen, Warlord's presence, double XP active. He looked at the horizon. The purple mist was rolling down the mountainside. Inside the mist, shapes were moving. It wasn't a march. It was a stampede. Void thralls. Thousands of them. Running on all fours, climbing over each other like insects. Behind them, larger shapes loomed. Void giants. Corrupted trolls. And floating above them, the skiffs. System, Harry murmured. Playlist, Doom soundtrack. The imaginary heavy metal started playing in his head. The first wave hit the start of the bridge. They saw the lone figure standing in the middle. They screeched, a sound like metal tearing, and charged. Harry didn't raise his wand. He raised his hands. Skill, telekinesis, mode, meat grinder, he waited until they were 50 feet away. Come on, Harry whispered. The front rank of thralls leaped. Harry clapped his hands together. Tum. A shockwave of pure kinetic force erupted from him. It traveled down the bridge like an invisible bulldozer. The first 50 thralls didn't just stop, they liquefied. Their armor shattered, their bodies turned to paste, and they were blasted backward into the ranks behind them. Plus 5000 XP, plus 5000 XP, combo, x50, next, Harry said. The horde didn't stop. They trampled the sludge of their fallen comrades. Harry drew his wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather. It hummed, hot in his hand. Incendio Maxima. Beam mode. He didn't cast a fireball. He channeled a continuous stream of white-hot plasma. He swept the wand from left to right. The beam cut through the thralls like a lightsaber through butter. Black armor melted. Purple flesh evaporated. The smell was horrific. But there were too many. For every 10 he killed, 20 more climbed onto the bridge. Okay, melee time, Harry grinned. He holstered his wand and drew the Sword of Gryffindor from his inventory. He'd borrowed it from the headmaster's office. It was silver, ruby-encrusted, and impregnated with basilisk venom. Weapon equipped, Sword of Godric, effect, instantly kills anything it cuts. Prevents regeneration. Harry sprinted forward. He met the wave head-on. It was a dance of violence. Harry spun, slashed, and dodged. Slash. A thrall's head flew off. Stab. A void wolf was impaled mid-air. Kick. Harry punted a goblin-sized thrall off the bridge. Dodge check, success. Parry, success. Counterattack, critical hit. He was a whirlwind of silver and black. The bridge became slippery with void ichor. Harry fought with a manic grin. This was the grind. This was the leveling loop he had been waiting for. Is that all you got? Harry shouted, decapitating 2 thralls with one swing. A shadow fell over him. A void troll, massive, lumbering, its skin like obsidian rock, landed on the bridge. It roared and swung a club made of a petrified tree trunk. Harry didn't dodge. He caught the club with his left hand. STR check, 65 versus 60. Success. The impact shook the bridge, but Harry didn't budge. He held the massive club, staring up at the troll. My turn, Harry said. He activated, skill, void touch. His hand glowed purple. He reversed the polarity of the troll's own energy. The troll screamed as its arm began to implode. Harry pulled the club from its grasp, spun around, and smashed the troll's kneecap. The troll fell. Harry jumped onto its chest and drove the Sword of Gryffindor through its heart. Elite enemy defeated. Plus 10,000 XP, Harry. Neville's voice crackled over the comms earring. We have leakers. They're climbing the walls. The courtyard is engaging. Hold them, Neville. Harry shouted, kicking the dead troll off the bridge. Don't let them flank me. Harry looked up. The skiffs were overhead. They were dropping thralls directly into the castle courtyards. Air support. Harry yelled. From the astronomy tower, a barrage of fireworks launched. Whiz-bang. Dragon-shaped fireworks exploded in the midst of the skiff formation. They weren't just pretty lights, they were concussive charges. 2 skiffs collided and spiraled down in flames. Nice shot, Gred. Harry laughed. But his laughter died when he saw the horizon. The mist parted. Walking down the mountain path wasn't a monster. It was a man. He was tall, wearing robes that seemed to be woven from the night sky itself. He floated a few inches off the ground. Voldemort. He wasn't rushing. He was gliding. And with every step he took, the reality around him warped. The rocks turned to glass. The snow turned to ash. Harry stopped fighting the fodder. He kicked the thrall away and stood in the center of the bridge, breathing hard. Boss alert, target, the abyssal ascendant, level, error, threat, extreme. Voldemort stopped at the far end of the bridge. Harry Potter, the voice echoed. It sounded like it was coming from inside Harry's own skull. You have played your game well. But the tutorial is over. Voldemort raised a hand. He didn't cast a spell. He just pushed. The air compressed. A wall of invisible force slammed down the bridge. Harry planted his feet. Skill, immovable object. The force hit him. It felt like being hit by a train. Harry slid backward, his boots carving deep grooves into the stone. 10 feet. 20 feet. He stopped at the archway of the viaduct. Is that it? Harry grit his teeth, standing up straight. A little wind? Voldemort tilted his head. Curious. You resist the admin commands. Voldemort pointed a long, pale finger. Delete. A beam of purple light shot across the bridge. It wasn't a laser, it was a deletion ray. Where it touched the stone railing, the stone simply ceased to exist. Harry didn't try to block it. You can't block deletion. Skill, flash step, Harry vanished. He reappeared in midair, 50 feet above the bridge, plummeting toward Voldemort with his sword raised. Death from above. Harry roared. Voldemort looked up. He didn't look worried. He looked bored. He waved his hand. Gravity reversed. Harry stopped falling. He started falling up. Oh, come on. Harry yelled as he shot toward the clouds. Ents do not fly, Voldemort whispered. He clenched his fist. Gravity multiplied. Harry was slammed back down. He hit the bridge with bone-shattering force. -1, 500 HP, status, broken ribs. Harry coughed blood. He rolled onto his back. Voldemort was hovering over him. You rely on the system, Voldemort said, his void eyes spinning. But I own the server now. Voldemort raised his foot to crush Harry's skull. Harry grinned through the blood. You forgot one thing, Tom. And what is that? I have friends. Crack. A massive stone statue of a lion leaped from the castle battlements. It landed on the bridge behind Voldemort. Pyre totem locomotor. McGonagall's voice amplified from the walls. The lion swiped at Voldemort. Voldemort didn't turn. A shield of obsidian sprouted from his back, blocking the strike. But the distraction was enough. Harry rolled away. He popped a max potion. System. Harry screamed. Equip, the cloak of invisibility. He vanished. Voldemort spun around. Hiding. Like a child. Harry wasn't hiding. He was positioning. He was behind Voldemort. Backstab. Harry thrust the sword of Gryffindor. The blade hit Voldemort's robes. Clang. It didn't pierce. The robes were hard as diamond. Voldemort turned slowly. Did you think I would wear cloth? He backhanded Harry. Harry flew across the bridge, smashing into the stone railing. He teetered on the edge of the abyss. You cannot win, Harry, Voldemort said, walking closer. I have absorbed the magic of the deep places. I am infinite. Harry pulled himself up. He wiped blood from his eyes. Infinite? Harry panted. No. You're just a high-level mob with a god complex. Harry looked past Voldemort. The horde of thralls was pushing past them. They were ignoring the duel. They were rushing the castle gates. Neville. Harry shouted into his comms. Incoming wave. I can't stop them. They're past the bridge. We're ready. Neville's voice came back, fierce and loud. Location, the clock tower courtyard. Neville Longbottom stood at the front of the phalanx. Behind him, 50 members of the DA stood in a tight formation, shields raised. Hold the line. Neville bellowed. The massive oak gates burst open. The void thralls poured in. Shield wall. Neville ordered. The students slammed their shields down, locking them together with magical magnetism. A wall of steel and magic formed across the courtyard. The wave hit. Crash. The impact was tremendous. The students groaned under the weight. Push. Neville roared. He drove his shoulder into his tower shield. He shoved a void warrior back. Reducto volley. Now. From the balconies above, the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students leaned over. Reducto. Reducto. Confringo. A rain of blue and orange spells hammered the thralls trapped against the shield wall. Explosions ripped through the enemy ranks. It's working. Ginny Weasley shouted from her position on the flank. We're holding them. But then, the ground shook. A void giant stepped through the broken gates. It was 20 feet tall, wielding a massive anchor chain as a whip. It raised the chain. Scatter. Neville screamed. The chain slammed down. It smashed through the shield wall like it was made of paper. 3 students were thrown across the courtyard. The giant roared and stepped forward. Neville stood alone in its path. He looked tiny. You want some? Neville yelled, banging his sword on his shield. Come and get it, you ugly bastard. The giant laughed, a deep, rumbling sound, and raised its foot to squash Neville. Neville didn't move. He planted his feet. Protego Maxima. He cast the shield charm, pouring every ounce of his fear and bravery into it. The giant's foot came down. It hit the blue dome. The dome didn't break. Neville dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his nose, but he held it. I said. No. Neville screamed. He thrust his sword upward, through his own shield. The blade pierced the giant's foot. The giant howled and hopped back. Now. Hermione's voice cut through the chaos. Statues. Attack. From the shadows of the cloisters, 4 stone knights charged. They slammed into the limping giant, hacking at its legs with stone axes. The giant fell. Reform the line. Neville gasped, stumbling back up. Don't let them through. Location, the viaduct bridge. Harry was losing. He knew it. His HP was dropping steadily. Every time he clashed with Voldemort, he took damage. His sword was chipped. His armor was cracked. Voldemort was toying with him. You fight with anger, Voldemort observed, deflecting a fireball with a wave of his hand. Inefficient. I fight with style, Harry spat, dodging a bolt of void lightning. Harry checked his map. The courtyard was holding. Neville was a beast. But the magical pressure in the air was changing. The castle was groaning. Do you hear it, Harry? Voldemort smiled. The castle knows. Voldemort stopped attacking. He looked toward the main keep. The core, he whispered. It is ripe. Voldemort raised both hands. The sky above Hogwarts turned black. A massive vortex opened directly over the central tower. System, Harry thought frantically. Analyze spell. Spell detected, mana drain, global, target, Hogwarts ley line core, effect, drains magical energy to empower the caster. He's bypassing the fight, Harry realized. He's drinking the castle remotely. From the towers of Hogwarts, streams of golden light began to flow upward. It was the magic of the school. The history, the wards, the enchantments. It was being sucked into the vortex, and then funneled down into Voldemort. Voldemort began to glow. He grew. He was 8 feet tall now. Then 10. His armor thickened. Enemy level up. Voldemort is now level 99. Voldemort is now level 100. Voldemort is now level. Limit broken, power, Voldemort breathed. His voice shook the mountains. Unlimited power. Harry felt his own mana draining. The ambient magic he used to recharge was gone. Stop! Harry yelled. He charged. He threw everything he had. Exploding decoys. Throwing knives. Reducto. Voldemort didn't even block. The attacks hit an invisible barrier around him and dissolved. You are annoying, Voldemort swatted a hand. Harry was hit by a wall of force. He flew backward, tumbling end over end across the bridge. He slid to a halt near the castle gates. He looked up. Voldemort was floating toward the Great Hall. He was going to the source. Hermione. Harry screamed into his comms. Fall back. Retreat to the Great Hall. He's coming in. Harry, we can't. Hermione shouted back. The courtyard is swarming. If we retreat, we get flanked. He's level 100, Hermione. He's going to wipe the raid. Harry struggled to his feet. He had to stop him. But how? Physics didn't work. Magic was being absorbed. Harry looked at his inventory. Item, Time Turner, Prototype, Broken, Item, Basilisk Fong, Useless against armor, Item, Invisibility Cloak. He seized through it. He was out of options. Except one. Harry looked at his skill tree. At the very top, past the Warlord class, there was a grayed out icon. It was a skull with a crown. Ultimate skill, the Sacrificial Lamb. Description, convert all current XP and levels into raw magical potential for one single event. Cost, reset to level 1. No, Harry whispered. Not yet. I need to get him to the core first. If he used it out here, Voldemort would just dodge. He needed to trap him. Harry turned and ran. Not toward Voldemort, but toward the castle. Neville. Harry shouted as he burst into the courtyard. Open the doors. Let him in. What? Neville was fighting 3 thralls at once. Harry, are you crazy? Let him in. Harry commanded. Everyone, retreat to the grand staircase. Fall back. Neville didn't hesitate. DA. Retreat. Formation Alpha. The students broke formation and ran for the main doors. The Void Thralls surged forward, but the Stone Knights covered the retreat. Harry stood in the doorway of the entrance hall. Voldemort landed in the courtyard. The ground cracked under his feet. He was massive now, a giant of obsidian and purple fire. He swatted a Stone Knight aside like a toy soldier. He looked at Harry. Running to your room, Potter. Just leading you to the grave, Harry said breathlessly. He turned and sprinted into the castle. Location, the grand staircase. The chase was a nightmare. Voldemort didn't run. He floated up the center of the staircase shaft. Harry ran up the moving stairs. Depulso. Harry blasted a staircase, causing it to swing out and hit Voldemort. Voldemort smashed through the stone stairs without slowing down. Pathetic, Voldemort boomed. They reached the 7th floor. Harry ran toward the gargoyle of the headmaster's office. But he didn't stop there. He ran past it, down a hidden corridor that didn't appear on any map. The entrance to the ley lines. It was a heavy iron door, sealed with ancient runes. Harry didn't unlock it. He blew it off its hinges. Confringo. He dived into the darkness. Voldemort followed. They descended into the bowels of the castle. Deeper than the dungeons. Deeper than the Chamber of Secrets. They reached the heart of Hogwarts. It was a massive cavern. In the center, a white crystal the size of a bus pulsed with a gentle, golden light. This was the source. The battery that powered the stairs, the ceiling, the wards. Harry stood in front of the crystal. Voldemort floated into the cavern. He saw the crystal and smiled. A terrible, hungry smile. Beautiful, Voldemort whispered. The soul of the Founders. You want it? Harry asked. He was leaning against the crystal, panting. Come and take it. I will, Voldemort said. He raised his hand. Black tendrils shot out, latching onto the crystal. The golden light began to turn purple. The castle above them groaned. Dust fell from the ceiling. Harry. Dumbledore's voice echoed from the tunnel entrance. The headmaster ran in. He looked exhausted. He fired a spell at Voldemort, a complex chain of golden fire. Voldemort didn't even look. A tentacle of darkness lashed out and backhanded Dumbledore into the wall. The greatest wizard of the age crumbled. No. Harry screamed. He is irrelevant, Voldemort said. As are you. Voldemort squeezed his hand. The crystal cracked. System warning, world critical. Server shutdown imminent. Harry looked at the cracking crystal. He looked at Dumbledore's unconscious form. He felt the castle dying around him. He looked at his HUD. Name, Harry James Potter level, 50 XP, 2,500,000. Hey, Tom, Harry said softly. Voldemort looked at him. Any last words, Glitch? Yeah, Harry said. He stood up straight. He dropped his sword. He dropped his wand. You play for power, Harry said. I play for the high score. Harry closed his eyes. System, he commanded. Activate Ultimate, the sacrificial lamb. Warning, this action is irreversible. You will lose all stats, all skills, all levels. Are you sure? Harry opened his eyes. They weren't glowing green anymore. They were burning white. Do it. Accepted. A sound filled the cavern. Not a boom, but a chime. Like a level-up sound, but amplified 1,000,000 times. Harry's body began to dissolve into pure light. His strength, 65, converted into raw energy. His intelligence, 90, converted into data. His level 50, converted into force. A column of white light erupted from Harry. It hit the ceiling of the cavern. It shot up through the floors of the castle. It pierced the roof of the astronomy tower. It hit the vortex in the sky. Voldemort screamed. What is this? The white light wasn't just energy. It was experience. It was the sum total of Harry's grind. Harry grabbed Voldemort. Not with his hands. With the light. Let's go for a ride, Harry's voice echoed from everywhere at once. He pulled. Voldemort, the Void Lord, the level boss, looked terrified. No. I am eternal. I am, deleted, Harry finished. The white light swallowed Voldemort. It swallowed the purple corruption. It swallowed the void. Flash. The world turned white. Location, unknown, time, unknown, silence. Harry was floating. It was warm. He opened his eyes. He was in a white void. Not the hungry, purple void. Just, emptiness. A blue box appeared in front of him. It was cracked. Glitching. Congratulations. Main quest complete, defeat the Dark Lord. Calculating XP, error, user level reset. Saving world state, success. System shutting down, goodbye, player 1. The box faded. Harry smiled. He felt light. He felt normal. Worth it, he whispered. The white faded into black. Location, Hogwarts, the Great Hall, time, Wednesday morning. Harry woke up. He was lying on a stretcher. He hurt. Everywhere. He tried to sit up. Easy, mate, a voice said. Ron was there. He had a bandage around his head and his arm in a sling. He looked exhausted, but alive. Harry blinked. His vision was blurry. He reached for his glasses on the side table. He put them on. The HUD didn't appear. No blue boxes. No health bars. No level numbers over Ron's head. Just Ron. Did we win? Harry croaked. His voice sounded raw. Yeah, Ron grinned, tears forming in his eyes. We won, Harry. The purple stuff, it just vanished. The sky cleared. The monsters turned to dust. Hermione? Harry asked. Neville? They're helping with the wounded, Ron said. They're fine. Banged up, but fine. Harry lay back on the pillow. He felt weak. Weaker than he had ever felt. He tried to summon his inventory. He tapped the air. Nothing happened. He tried to check his stats. Status, he whispered. Nothing. He laughed. A quiet, wheezing laugh. What's funny? Ron asked. Nothing, Harry said, closing his eyes. Just, feels good to be a noob again. The Great Hall was busy. People were rebuilding. The stone soldiers were moving rubble. Dumbledore was awake, talking to McGonagall. Harry Potter, the level 50 warlord, was gone. Harry Potter, the 13-year-old boy, was just starting to heal. But as he drifted off to sleep, he didn't see the tiny, faint text that blinked in the bottom right corner of his vision for a split second before fading away forever. New Game Plus available, Chapter 7 end. Chapter 8, The Level Cap Breaker. The white light wasn't peaceful. In the movies, dying or ascending is usually accompanied by harps, fluffy clouds, and maybe a dead relative telling you everything is going to be okay. This wasn't that. This was static. It was the sound of a television tuned to a dead channel, amplified to the volume of a jet engine. It was the feeling of your foot falling asleep, but applied to your entire existence. Harry Potter was floating. He tried to open his eyes, but he wasn't sure if he had eyes anymore. He tried to check his HUD, but the blue screen that had been his constant companion since age 11 was gone. In its place was a tearing, jagged fracture in the air, like a crack in a monitor screen. System critical, uninstalling, error, corrupted data found in Sector 7, Sol, deletion halted. Oh, come on, Harry's voice echoed. It didn't sound like his voice. It sounded like code being compiled. I pulled the plug. I sacrificed the levels. Just let me sleep. Alert, hostile entity detected in the recycle bin. Harry blinked. The white void sharpened. He wasn't just floating in nothingness. He was standing on a floor made of glass, suspended over an infinite drop of swirling binary numbers and ancient runes. The sky above was a grid of neon blue lines. And standing opposite him, flickering like a bad hologram, was Voldemort. But not the Void Lord. Not the scary, obsidian-armored giant Harry had just fought in the castle. This was Tom Riddle. The handsome, sharp-edged prefect from the diary. But he was glitching. His left arm was missing, replaced by a mass of purple pixels. His chest was a gaping hole where Harry had ripped the void energy out. "You," Riddle spat. His voice was distorted, skipping like a scratched CD. You think deleting the save file kills the virus?" Harry looked down at himself. He was wearing his jeans and a t-shirt. No armor. No sword of Gryffindor. No wand. He flexed his hand. He felt light. The heavy, thrumming power of level 50 was gone. The mana pool that felt like an ocean was now just a puddle. "I didn't just delete the save file, Tom," Harry said, walking forward. The glass floor chimed with every step. "I formatted the drive. You're just cached memory. You're a ghost of a ghost. I am the administrator." Riddle screamed. The grid above them turned red. Riddle raised his remaining hand. The purple pixels swarmed, forming a jagged, vibrating spear of data corruption. "If I go," Riddle hissed, "I take the user with me." He hurled the spear. Harry's instinct was to check his dodge chance. He looked for the percentage. He waited for the time dilation perk to kick in. Nothing happened. The spear was coming fast. "Right," Harry muttered. "No stats. Just reflexes." He threw himself to the left. It wasn't a flash step. It was a clumsy, desperate dive. His sneaker squeaked on the glass floor. He hit the ground hard, rolling awkwardly. The spear slammed into the spot where he had been standing. Crack. The glass shattered. A hole opened up into the infinite code below. Harry scrambled up, breathing hard. He felt winded. He hadn't felt winded in 2 years. His stamina bar usually regenerated faster than he could burn it. Now. His lungs were burning. "This sucks," Harry wheezed. "I hate level 1. Riddle laughed. He charged. He didn't use magic. He couldn't. The magic system was uninstalled here. He used brute force. He tackled Harry. They hit the glass floor. It was a brawl. No technique, no martial arts skills. Just 2 desperate souls punching each other in the face in the space between life and death. Riddle's fist felt like cold iron. He punched Harry in the jaw. Harry saw stars. Real stars, not interface effects. "Give me back my power." Riddle screamed, gripping Harry's throat. "I earned it. I stole it from the gods. It is mine." Harry choked. He clawed at Riddle's hand. His grip was weak. STR, 10. A normal kid's strength. "You didn't earn anything," Harry gasped. He kicked out. His knee connected with Riddle's stomach. It wasn't a critical hit. It was just a kick. But Riddle grunted and loosened his grip. Harry rolled him over. He straddled the Dark Lord's chest. "You hacked the game," Harry shouted, punching Riddle in the face. Thud. "You cheated. Thud. And now you're getting banned." Harry raised both hands. He didn't have mana. He didn't have a spell. But he had something else. Throughout his journey, through the grinding in the Chamber of Secrets, the raids in the forest, the defense of the castle, Harry had realized something. The system wasn't giving him power from nowhere. It was quantifying his own potential. It was a lens, focusing his own will. The lens was gone. The will remained. Harry focused. He didn't think about numbers. He didn't think about XP. He thought about the feeling of the sun on the Quidditch pitch. He thought about the smell of treacle tart. He thought about Neville standing up to a giant. He thought about Sirius laughing. "Expecto," Harry whispered. Riddle's eyes widened. No. You can't. There is no magic here. There's always magic, Harry said. You just forgot where it comes from. Harry slammed his hands onto Riddle's chest. Patronus. It wasn't a silver mist. It was a golden fire. It poured out of Harry's hands, not from a mana pool, but from his very soul. It burned. It was hot, blinding, and absolute. Riddle screamed. The corruption, the purple pixels, the void energy, caught fire. Error. Riddle shrieked, his form disintegrating. System failure. I am deleted, Harry finished. He shoved the golden light deeper. Riddle exploded. It wasn't a gory explosion. He shattered into a billion fragments of code. Zeros and ones rained down like confetti. The red grid above turned back to blue. The glass floor repaired itself. Harry fell back, sitting on the glass. He was panting. His knuckles were bruised. His jaw throbbed. Quest complete, he whispered to the empty air. System uninstall complete. User, Harry Potter. Status, free. The blue text hovered in the air for 1 second. Then, it dissolved into mist. The white void began to fade. Darkness encroached from the edges of his vision. The sound of static returned, softer this time. Harry closed his eyes. He let the darkness take him. Location, Hogwarts Infirmary, time, 3 days later, waking up the second time was worse than the first. The first thing Harry noticed was the smell. Antiseptic, potions, and grapes. The second thing he noticed was the pain. It wasn't the sharp, specific pain of HP damage. It was a deep, aching exhaustion that settled in his marrow. His muscles felt like wet noodles. His head felt like someone had stuffed it with cotton wool. He opened his eyes. The ceiling of the hospital wing was blurry. He reached for his glasses. His hand trembled so much he knocked them off the bedside table. I've got it. A hand picked up the glasses and slid them gently onto his face. Harry blinked. The world came into focus. Hermione Granger was sitting in a chair next to his bed. She looked rough. Her arm was in a sling. She had a bandage on her forehead. But she was smiling. It was a tired, watery smile, but it was real. Hey, Harry croaked. His voice sounded like he'd swallowed a bag of gravel. Hey yourself, Hermione whispered. She reached out and took his hand. Her grip was gentle. Welcome back to the land of the living. Again. How long? Harry asked. 3 days since the battle, Hermione said. You woke up briefly on Wednesday, mumbled something about noobs, and passed out again. Madame Pomfrey was worried you'd burned out your core permanently. Harry tried to sit up. It was a struggle. His abs, usually rock hard from his daily, morning grind, felt non-existent. My core? Harry asked. He tried to summon his magic. Usually, it felt like a roaring furnace. Now, it felt like a small candle flame flickering in a drafty room. It was there, but it was tiny. It's quiet, Harry said. He looked at the air above Hermione's head. No name tag. No level. No stats. He looked at the end of the bed. Ron was asleep in a chair, snoring softly. His leg was propped up on a stool, encased in a thick plaster cast signed by half the school. Neville was sitting on the floor, reading a book on herbology. He looked different. Taller. He sat with a straight spine. The sword of Gryffindor was leaning against the wall next to him. We won, Harry said. It wasn't a question. We won, Hermione confirmed. She squeezed his hand. Voldemort, the body he made, it just turned to ash. The void creatures dissolved. It's over, Harry. Harry leaned back against the pillows. The system is gone. Hermione paused. She looked at him carefully. The thing you saw. The numbers? Yeah, Harry said. I had to use it as fuel. All the XP. All the levels. I burned it to kill him. So. Hermione bit her lip. You're just, normal. Harry laughed. It hurt his ribs. Define normal. I'm a 13-year-old wizard who just punched a Dark Lord to death in a metaphysical dimension. But yeah. No more super strength. No more instant spells. I think I'm back to level 1. Good, Hermione said firmly. Because you have a lot of homework to catch up on. Harry stared at her. Then he started laughing again. He couldn't stop. Tears ran down his face. It was hysterical, exhausted laughter. Ron woke up with a snort. Wah. Harry. He's awake. Neville jumped up. Keep it down. Madame Pomfrey bustled out of her office, looking stern. She waved her wand over Harry. Heart rate elevated. Magical core unstable but recovering. Mr. Potter, if you try to cast so much as a Lumos, I will tie you to this bed. No magic, got it, Harry promised. Can I have some food? I feel like I haven't eaten since 1991. The recovery phase, the next week was the hardest grind of Harry's life. And he didn't get a single XP point for it. Physical therapy was a nightmare. His body, which had been artificially buffed by the system, had crashed hard. He had to relearn how to walk without stumbling. He had to relearn how to hold a spoon without his hands shaking. And the magic. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry said, pointing his wand at a feather. Nothing happened. Swish and flick, Harry, Hermione instructed patiently. I am swishing. Harry snapped. It's the flick. My wrist feels stiff. He tried again. The feather wobbled. It lifted an inch, then fell. Harry threw his wand on the bed. This is pathetic. I used to be able to lift a tank. You used to use a cheat code, Ron said, biting into a chocolate frog. He was lounging on the bed opposite. Now you have to actually learn. Like us peasants. Harry glared at him. I hate you. No you don't. You love us. We saved your arse in the courtyard. Harry sighed. He picked up his wand. Yeah. You did. He looked at the feather. He closed his eyes. He didn't try to force it with a mana dump. He tried to feel the magic. It was subtle. It was slippery. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather floated. It drifted up to the ceiling. Harry smiled. It was a small, wobbly spell. But it was his. The politics of ruins. 2 weeks after the battle, the Great Hall was finally cleared of the wounded. The tables were back. The ceiling was repaired. But the atmosphere was different. Harry walked into the hall for the victory feast. He was walking with a cane, a temporary measure until his leg muscles rebuilt themselves. The hall went silent when he entered. Every head turned. Harry braced himself. He expected fear. He expected the whispers about the Void Walker, or the monster of Hogsmeade. Then, someone started clapping. It was a first-year Hufflepuff. Then her friends joined in. Then the Gryffindor table. Then the Ravenclaws. Even the Slytherins stood up. The applause grew until it was a roar. It wasn't the polite applause for a school award. It was the thunderous sound of people who knew they were alive because of him. Harry felt his face heat up. Blushing. No perk to hide it now. He limped to the Gryffindor table. Neville moved over to make space. Nice entrance, Neville grinned. Shut up, Harry muttered, sitting down. Dumbledore stood up at the high table. He looked better. His arm was still bandaged, and he looked frail, but the twinkle was back in his eyes. "Tonight," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying without effort, "we celebrate not just a victory, but a new beginning." He spoke about the fallen. He spoke about bravery. He spoke about unity. Then, the doors to the great hall opened. Kingsley Shacklebolt walked in. He was wearing the robes of the Minister of Magic. Not acting minister. The real deal. He walked up to the podium. Dumbledore stepped aside. "Students," Kingsley said. His deep voice commanded respect. "The ministry is being rebuilt. But the old ways are gone. The statute of secrecy remains, but the internal rot, we are cutting it out." He looked at the Slytherin table. Lucius Malfoy is in custody. Along with 40 others who thought they could side with the Void. Their trials will be public. Cheers erupted. Kingsley raised a hand. He looked at Harry. "And," Kingsley said, "we owe a debt. A debt that cannot be paid in galleons." He walked down from the podium. He stopped in front of Harry. "Harry Potter," Kingsley said formally. "The Ministry would like to offer you the Order of Merlin, First Class. And, a position. As an advisor to the Auror Office." Harry looked at the tall man. He looked at the cane in his hand. "Mr. Minister," Harry said. "I'm 13. I have Transfiguration homework due on Tuesday." Kingsley chuckled. "We can waive the homework." "No thanks," Harry said. He looked at Hermione. "I have a tutor. She's very strict." Hermione beamed. "I don't want a job, Kingsley," Harry said, his voice serious. "I want a summer. A real summer. No Dark Lords. No quests. No grinding." Kingsley nodded slowly. "I think you've earned that. But Harry, the world knows what you did. You can't just be a student anymore." "Watch me," Harry said. The loose ends, the last week of term was strange. The Dementors were gone. After Harry had farmed them on the train and nuked their portal in the forest, the remaining few had fled back to Azkaban or dissipated entirely. The air around the school felt lighter. Snape was. Snape. He caught Harry in the corridor on the last day. "Potter," Snape sneered. "Professor," Harry replied politely. Snape looked him up and down. He looked at the cane. He looked at the lack of glowing eyes. "You are diminished," Snape said softly. "I'm rebooted," Harry corrected. Snape hesitated. For a moment, he looked like he wanted to say something else. "Maybe, thank you. Maybe, I was wrong." Instead, he curled his lip. "Try not to be mediocre, Potter. It would be a waste of the chaos you caused." He swept away, robes billowing. Harry grinned. "I'll take that as a compliment." Then there was Sirius. Harry found him down by the Black Lake. Sirius was skipping stones. He looked healthy now. He'd shaved, cut his hair, and was wearing clean robes. He looked like the man from the old photos. "Hey, pup," Sirius smiled as Harry approached. "Hey, Padfoot." So, Sirius threw a stone. It skipped 5 times. "I'm a free man." Pettigrew's confession, or rather, his public meltdown, cleared everything up. "The Ministry is giving me a fat settlement for wrongful imprisonment." "Nice," Harry sat down on the grass. "Buying a racing broom?" "Buying a house," Sirius said. He looked at Harry. "A big one. With lots of rooms. And I was thinking, maybe you'd want one of them." Harry's heart skipped a beat. "You mean, leave the Dursleys?" "Dumbledore says the blood wards are gone," Sirius explained. "When you did your thing, you burned out the protection your mother left. But you also burned out the threat. You don't need to hide there anymore. Sirius looked nervous. I mean, if you want to. I'm not much of a parent. I eat dog food sometimes by accident. But. Yes, Harry said instantly. Yes. When do we leave? Right now. Sirius grinned. I have a motorcycle. It flies. Does it have safety charms? Absolutely not. Perfect. The departure, the Hogwarts Express was waiting. Harry stood on the platform. He wasn't carrying a heavy inventory. Just his trunk. Hagrid was crying, blowing his nose into a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Yeah, did it, Harry. Hagrid sobbed. Yeah, really did it. We did it, Hagrid. Harry patted the half-giant's arm. He boarded the train. He found a compartment with Ron and Hermione. Neville joined them a moment later, Trevor the Toad sitting proudly on his shoulder. So, Ron said as the train began to move. What's the plan for the summer? Quidditch World Cup is happening. Dad got tickets. I'm moving in with Sirius, Harry said, watching the castle disappear into the distance. We're going to renovate his old house. Apparently, it's full of dark artifacts and screaming portraits. Sounds like a dungeon, Neville noted. A level 1 dungeon, Harry corrected. Manageable. Hermione opened a book. I've already drawn up a study schedule for next year. Since you lost your enhancement, you're behind in charms theory, Harry. Harry leaned back in his seat. He looked at his friends. He looked at the passing scenery. For the first time in 3 years, there was no blue box in the corner of his eye. No quest marker floating over Ron's head. No threat meter pinging on the horizon. He felt weak. He felt slow. He felt vulnerable. And it was the best feeling in the world. Hey, Harry, Ron nudged him. You okay? You've got that 1,000-yard stare again. I'm good, Harry smiled. Just thinking. About what? About how much I'm going to enjoy doing absolutely nothing. The train rattled on, carrying them south, away from the magic, back toward the mundane world. Harry closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Epilogue, The Glitch, Dreaming. Harry was floating in the white void again. But it wasn't chaotic this time. It was silent. He wasn't sure if this was a dream or a memory. In the distance, he saw something flickering. He walked toward it. It was a small, blue window. The last fragment of the system. It hung in the emptiness, stubborn and persistent. Harry stood in front of it. System reboot complete. Installing patch 2.0. Harry frowned. I thought I deleted you. Admin access revoked. Passive mode engaged. The text scrolled rapidly. User stats, reset. Class, wizard. Difficulty, legendary. A cursor blinked. New Game Plus available. Do you wish to activate? Yes, /NO, Harry stared at the options. He remembered the power. The rush of the level up. The certainty of the numbers. Then he remembered the isolation. The way he looked at people as NPCs. The way he almost lost himself in the grind. He reached out his hand. He hovered his finger over, yes. The power to protect everyone. The power to never be afraid again. He shifted his finger. He pressed, NO. The blue screen shattered. It turned into 1,000 butterflies of light that scattered into the void. System uninstalled permanently. Good luck, Harry. Harry woke up with a start. He was in the train compartment. The sun was setting. They were pulling into King's Cross. We're here, Hermione said, closing her book. Harry looked out the window. He saw Mrs. Weasley waving on the platform. He saw Sirius standing there, wearing a leather jacket and looking cool. Harry smiled. "Yeah," Harry said, grabbing his trunk. "We're here." He walked off the train, into the crowd, just another wizard in a world full of magic. Chapter 8 End. Story complete.